98. And we are live on the 98 Arm Wrestling FTG Friday Night Live. What's going on? It's just the three of us. Me, Dave, and Randy hanging out. Christina might join us in a little bit. I'm going to send the link out to some people. We'll see who will jump on here. Let me post it. Post it in the thing, and I will link it to the top of the YouTube.
Yeah, we need some more people on here. We need to spread out. We have 3 people from 3 adjacent counties in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, what?
3 people from 3 adjacent counties in Pennsylvania, more or less. Well,
yeah.
Mine and Randy's are. You got one between Randy and me and Ryan. He's somewhat out of it in the western suburbs.
We got Drew. We got Drew in the house. We got Sue Fisher. We got Carolyn Looms. What is going on, guys?
I got to see Carolyn. Got to chit chat, see Carolyn
Williams
last week at the Maryland the Maine Mayhem.
Very nice.
That's cool.
It was an interesting tournament, although getting there was definitely not half the fun for me.
Yeah.
It's a long drive.
Big country in the house. What's up, fellas?
It would be considerably less of a long drive. Traffic had not sucked, but like it always does in Connecticut.
Yeah. So next thing you two are going to. What do you guys got coming up? Anything? Any tournaments? Any events you're going to?
No? Go ahead, Randy. Oh, you go first.
I'm potentially going to go to the Eastern State to check it out, hang out a little bit.
I think Dave's going also.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm up in the air on it, but I'm leaning towards going out.
Cool,
pretty easy drive.
Yeah.
Couple hours. After that, I was actually looking at Dave's list. He emailed me or he sent me over the list of events coming up in the local area and surrounding area. So it's that and Arm Fighter. As he reminded me about, because I kind of forgot about Arm Fighter. It's a good way just to kind of stay up with everything because there's just events nonstop.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Yo.
Big country. They're on their way to Patterson.
Going to the Kenny Hughes.
Yeah, buddy. How's the weather in Canada?
It's kind of smoky in the western part of the country with fires all over the place in Manitoba and Alberta drifting across the border.
Yeah, that probably sucks, huh?
That's starting already? Jeez.
Yeah. Cool, man. Well, give a few more minutes, see if Christina's going to come on. If not, we'll start inviting some other people on and get some things rolling here. Always fires, nothing new.
Yeah, that sucks, man.
Well, when the country is covered by forests, I guess that helps. Yeah. But I have something almost every weekend. But to be honestly, hardly any of them are competitions. I'm either going to big massive practices or smaller practices or basically running brackets or whatever. In fact, I think the next tournament I will probably be competing at is Christina's tournament in the 16th of August in Morgantown, West Virginia.
Oh.
Which is going to be a jump in place. Usually the West Virginia States is in Parkersburg. and they moved it to Morgantown to be more centrally located for people to come to it. As it happens, though, the Saturday they're holding it is the Saturday in which parents will moving all their kiddies into WVU, and so the town is going to be absolutely bananas.
Oh God.
I'm not sure how close the venue is to campus, but Morgantown isn't that big, so.
Yeah.
So that'll be, kind of interesting. In fact, I first discovered this and told Christina, by the way, are you aware this is move-in weekend? Because I had been out there for a tournament at the that Eli Kerr ran in January. And my favorite, of course, is Motel 6, which was about $70 in December. And it was $220 a night for this particular weekend. I said, oh, gee, I wonder what West Virginia University is doing. Well, lo and behold, so I am staying an hour up the road at Washington, Pennsylvania for $47 a night, and you can't beat that.
Damn.
Yeah,
Wow.
not only that, and I have stayed at that one before, so I know it's not some hovel under a rock.
I was wondering what you were gonna
That's actually more
do for a hotel.
on Sunday. Then I can get up from there and
Yeah.
make a mad dash to the Erie practice, and then go to the Austintown, Ohio practice in the afternoon.
What do you think you're gonna eat for breakfast that day?
I eat for breakfast.
Steroids.
My standard breakfasts are 2 McDonald's sausage McMuffin with egg in the car on the run.
I mean, dude, I've been eating an entire bowl of Metamucil.
That's for the forearms, right?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. I hope you guys are ready for this.
The turkey drum, dude.
I'm gonna surprise some people when I get this shoulder surgery done. I'm coming for you. No.
Hey, speaking of,
Great conversation with the guys from Mac, real quick.
Yeah.
And similar to what we got going on with Arm Gods, like if people start doing some super matches at our events, they could get opportunities to go to the Arm Gods Ultimate Arm Wrestler super matches, or get on a Mac card, and then full circle, some of the people from Mac and Arm Gods could get a match at our Winter Blast, or higher, a higher level Arm Gods card, or a higher level Mac card. So it'll kind of be a full circle. And like I said a few weeks ago, we're really trying to create a path where our super matches aren't just done, one and done, and then nothing going on. There's like a path to greatness. Christina.
Hello.
Hey, what's going on?
Can you all hear me good?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay,
Very good.
good. We're having some pretty bad storms and flooding here right now, so I'm in my car away from the
Oh
house.
yeah. I hear it's headed our way.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
How you doing?
Pretty good. How y'all?
Oh, we're good.
Good.
We're good. Dave was just talking about how he's heading down your way to your next event.
Yes, that's in August the 16th. We're doing it in Morgantown this year. Couldn't find a venue here in Parkersburg, and I decided to try to move it around the state a little bit. And Morgantown guys were really up and willing, so we're going to have it there. A nice venue too.
That's awesome. Isn't it nice when people work well together?
Yes, it is.
For the most part, most of the people that we deal with work well together, but there's always those few that just make it difficult for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's the few that make it difficult are the ones that don't want anybody but themselves to succeed in the
which is weird, because a lot of those people make it seem like they're for the sport, they want it to grow, but it's like they really just mean they just want their promotion to grow, which sucks, because we really try to work with anybody and have fun. And when you got people purposely trying to throw things on your date or cancel your events, I don't know, it's discouraging.
Now, Ryan mentioned that as your next event. Did you have something? Was it last week? I saw something pop up kind of at the last minute. The in beautiful rural West Virginia wood choppers, or
the Wood Festival. I do that. This will be my second year. They kind of notified me late in the year to do it, but I'm going to go ahead and do it. It's a little backwoods festival, but last year I think I had like 30 some novice poolers alone, so it turned out to be a pretty good event. Some guys from Pennsylvania came down, the Morgantown guys, a few from my area, and a couple from down Beckley area. So it was basically, last year was just to introduce it to this little festival, and this year we're hoping to have quite a few more entries. And it's just one of those events that they add to this festival to bring some more people in outside of the area.
Nice.
Right.
Are there a lot of tournaments that you have to schedule around down there, or are you pretty much wide open?
No, myself, I'm pretty much the only one that has them. Morgantown will have one once in a while.
Yeah.
And then the guys down in Beckley, Princeton area will have one once in a while. So
that's cool.
It's really been me for like 29 years.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, other than when Travis wants to throw one here or there.
Yeah. If it's a real one or not. I've been to a few of his. They're not bad. I mean, but Travis is one of those guys, like, no matter what he does to people, they're still going to show up and still go to his events.
He's a comical guy. I'll just put it that way. He's got some faults, and we all do, but when it comes down to it, I've seen, two different sides of him. I've seen the dad side, and I've seen the arm wrestler side, and I'm kind of letting the dad side win out on me. So,
yeah. The thing I respect about Travis is when he's being the bad guy, he's honest about it. Like, he'll be the first to tell you, like, hey, I will take your money if I can. You know what I mean? Where other people are like sneaky about it.
Yeah.
I'd prefer, what you're dealing with Travis than like the weird sneaky people that you don't see coming,
Well, and that's just it. 90% of them know that they're going to get their butts whipped by him, and they go just to have that opportunity to say, I got my ass cheeks slapped by Travis Machen.
Right. Yeah.
So did you have a decent crowd last week at the thing in Belpre with Toddzilla's big practice?
Oh, yes. We probably had, I'd say, over 100 poolers. So it was pretty good. Anytime we have something there in Belpre, it is with Todd. We have a pretty good turnout. We have people from, I know, Michigan, Virginia, of course, Ohio, Pennsylvania, West Virginia. They were from everywhere. So Florida, because what's his name was there filming everything. Artem was there.
Yeah.
And there was the one boy, the Cartwright boy. He's come a couple times.
Yeah, it looked like a good time.
Yeah, I would have been there if I hadn't already been committed to go to Maine, but because that was fun. I was there when a couple of years ago when he had the one at the same bar, But one of these days I'll get out to that area and I'll take a side trip and look in on David Lee Athletic, who can be a real character on Facebook.
He's been pretty quiet. I haven't heard anything from him lately.
Yeah, he keeps picking a new sport. I think his latest was rock, paper, scissors, and I don't know. And he's interesting individual.
I saw Kevin Palco was also there filming for Todd's event there. His birthday. It was his birthday, right?
Yeah. Todd's birthday is actually today, and one of our fellow teammates, Toby Sanchez, their both birthdays are today.
Huh.
So
happy birthday to those fellas.
Yeah.
Yeah, next weekend I might be taking if I can, if everything falls into place, I'll take a practice tour of Ohio and West Virginia, or Ohio and Pennsylvania, rather. Because Billy Collins, they have that first Friday in East Liverpool, the first Friday of every month from May to September. They have a community festival that, all sorts of stands are set up downtown. So they always set up a couple of tables. So I'm planning on going out to that Friday evening, and then assuming Palco's holding his practice at the usual time, and which is noon on Saturdays, I'll go out to that. And I've already talked to Marshall Thompson whether they're going to do their usual Saturday evening, and then Sunday morning I can run up to Erie for theirs. I heard, hey, then East Ohio is one in Austin town on Sunday afternoon. So I figured, hey, if you're going to put the mileage on the car, I may as well get my money's worth for hitting 4 or 5 different things in a weekend.
Damn. You get around, man.
Well, I bought the car 2.5 years ago, a little over 2.5 years ago at $38,655, and I went over 111,000 last weekend.
Dude, every now and then I'm like, Dave, when's the last time you just stayed home one weekend to just relax? Like,
no time, man.
Very rarely.
He's got like fear of missing out. He's got to go to everything.
I like that though. That's
I like it too. You might as well.
I think it's awesome that Dave does that.
Oh,
to be honest with you,
I think I have 3 open Saturdays, so I don't have anything scheduled.
Fill them up.
Dude, he goes to so many practices a week. Imagine if he took 2 weeks off and then was just crushing everyone because he got rested up.
I'm not sure that would work either. I'm just hoping to move around a little bit better. I got a cortisone shot in my hip on Wednesday.
Oh,
having so much fun with my 2 new knees. My hip decided to go out, so I'm going to need to get that replaced. One part at a time.
Is it affecting your dancing?
I'm sorry?
Is it affecting your dancing?
That's one sport I do not engage in.
Dave, you're going to be like the bionic man soon.
I just remember a couple of years ago having Norm Devio telling Joe Fitzsimmons, he said, I was fine until I turned 80. Then everything started falling apart. I'm just
80. Dude, I feel like everything's falling apart at 45, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's not 74 for me.
Yeah.
But this Norm is now 85 and still doing quite well.
Shout out to Norm, man.
Yeah.
I was watching some footage. Nick Stone was up there practicing with him and some of the guys, and it was kind of cool. He was like, up here with Norm, and I was just like, a name I haven't kind of heard for a couple of years.
Yeah.
And come to find out, he's still pulling.
Yeah, and I asked him a couple of years ago. Usually when he goes to a tournament, he does not pull Masters. He pulls Open. In fact, it was about 2-3 years ago for the first time I ever saw him at one of the New Englands. He pulled Masters, and I said to him, why? I thought maybe because he is quite light. And I thought maybe he didn't want to pull Masters because, usually they break at like 199 and he'd be severely under, weighing quite a bit less. He said, I just never really like to pull the old guys. I'd rather, pull Open and take second rather than take Master, take first in Masters.
Yeah.
But,
I love the way he pulls that, where he gets into his spot and, he's just like sticky right there.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I was told. When the first tournament I went to, they said, what you're going to see, and I did, is he gets hit, he catches the hit, and he basically is there locked, and then just slowly, like, it ratchets back. Click, 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 click. They'll continue. But, oh, yeah.
That's one strong dude.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the few places in the country when I go to, and I'm 74. They're like, yeah, big whoop.
I went down to the VAL thing with Devin down in Virginia. Randy was there, and I'm walking down the long stretch, and I see Lucky there, and she's walking towards me, and the minute she realized that it was me, boom, hard left, disappeared. She looked at me and just took off, and I was like, I don't know what she thought I was going to do or say, but I didn't really plan on saying anything to her, but she does not like us, dude. That's for sure.
Yeah, I saw it there.
She heard you at Cooties.
Yeah. Weird.
Oh, that's a subject that's untouched.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what her issue is with us. Like, well, you kind of know some of it because of the sponsor thing.
Yeah.
But so because it got weird with the WSA thing with her, I guess she didn't want her name attached to it. And I was like, well, we don't typically do a sponsorship for amateur women's anyway, because we don't get that many.
Yeah.
And half the time we got to throw them into a pro class or something with the lighter women just to make up for them not having enough for the amateur. So I decided that the right thing to do was to just give the money back.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that triggered or what happened from that point on, but she seemed very angry about me doing that, I guess.
Yeah, that triggered a whole snowball effect for her dislike for me for some reason. I don't understand. I didn't do anything to her. I don't know, but it's okay. You know, I had some things going on in my life that I dealt with than other to deal with that because, you know,
Yeah.
I hate to say it, but arm wrestling isn't everything in my life. And that's just how I dealt with it. And that's how I'll deal with it. And I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Well, and I knew that you were going through some stuff during that. So to me, the right thing to do was just to reimburse the sponsor money. And like, I don't know why she got mad about that for some reason, but she messaged a few of my friends, like saying some weird stuff and telling them, like, hey, heads up, Ryan's trying to demonize me. And they were like, what is this about? Like, I have no idea. So I asked her and she was like, oh, I was just pre-warning some people in case you try to pull something. And I'm like, well, what would I try to pull exactly? Like, there was no issues. Like, I was just giving you the money back to be nice and, you know, not use the money for something that it wasn't intended for, because I didn't want to throw it into the women's pro class money without, because, you know,
I wouldn't have cared if you did that.
What's that?
I wouldn't have cared if you did that because, you know, I was supporting any of the women and
yeah.
But I wholeheartedly support your decision to send it back. That's fine. Didn't bother me. I mean, that was $150 back.
Yeah, I mean, I did right. I didn't do it like I wasn't trying to insult anyone. I just was like, I don't want to use it for something it wasn't intended for. So it's easier to just return it. And then she wasn't coming anyway. So I was like, the whole point of her wanting to sponsor in the first place in the beginning was she said she was coming to Winter Blast. So I was like, oh, okay. And then I think what she got mad at is I joked about, like, so someone told me she was planning on pulling amateurs. So I said, oh, what an awesome opportunity to win your money that you sponsored for amateurs.
Oh,
So I think that's what got her mad. But I was half kidding.
yeah. I don't think she intended to pull amateurs left-handed.
That's
She
what
may
she
have
told
right.
me.
Yeah, she may have right because she's not at
Different
substantial
levels.
Yeah.
Which that I understand, but apparently whatever the person that said it to me didn't even really know. But Lucky was like, yeah, I don't plan on pulling amateurs. So I just said, okay, and on the podcast, I was like, oh, my bad. I was just joking anyway. But I guess the damage had been done. So she now we're an enemy of the Lucky one, I guess.
No, I think you're still cool with her. She still posts your stuff on Lucky Ones. So
she does?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Whenever you have a podcast or something, she'll post it.
I think I'm blocked from it now. I'm blocked from the group. So that's confusing.
No.
Well, except to be a fact checker here, she did not say you were demonizing her. She said you were villainizing her.
Villainizing her, yeah.
Villainizing, which is a word I'd never heard before, but you were villainizing her.
Well, making her the bad guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well. Yeah.
I had made a post about a family member that, I was going through some stuff with my father-in-law.
Yeah.
Passing, and there was some stuff I was dealing with, and I had made a post that had nothing to do with arm wrestling, nothing to do with, I wasn't even thinking about arm wrestling. And it was just a post of, people trying to play the victim. And then when they get caught in their, I can't even remember what the post, that's the only post I can think of. And
Yeah.
I think she took that one to heart, and that one was not even meant for her at all. But,
yeah.
I mean, sometimes if you see a post and you take it to heart, there's something to be taken to heart.
Yeah, right. Someone felt guilty. Or the real Slim Katie says, "Hi, Christina."
Hey.
I've had that happen too, where I'm like, this happened at my event and I didn't say any names. And then I get a text like, "Hey, I hope you're not talking about me because I didn't do that." And I'm like, okay, why would you? No one else texted me that. If you don't say a name and someone texts you that because they feel like maybe you're talking about them, then there's got to be some truth to it or something. Weird.
Yeah, I'd just rather be with, deal with. I love promoting everybody.
Yeah.
And as you can ask Dave, I'm at a lot of events, and I will step up anytime and help anybody and do anything I can for the sport. And I don't see any harm, in somebody that is acting like a jackass and putting them down. I mean, I guess that's just human nature in me. I just wouldn't do that to anybody, I guess.
Yeah.
And I don't know, kind of took it to heart myself. It hurt me because I knew that I wasn't doing the things I was being victimized and villainized as.
Yeah.
But that's okay.
Yeah, that's the worst, when like someone's mad at you and you know that it's not warranted. It stings more than if you actually did something,
But I am very well known to do it, but I'll admit to it.
Yeah.
If I didn't do it, I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I called you a dumbass, then I'll tell you I'm a dumbass.
Yeah, like most of the time when I'm calling someone a dumbass, I do it on the podcast, so they can't say like, "Hey, you talk behind my back." Like, I'm publicly saying that you're a dumbass, But yeah, that whole thing was, I don't know. I don't know like all the details of what happened with the women's thing, but I kind of felt like she wasn't taking responsibility for anything that happened. And there was that anonymous post that got posted, and I was like, why would you do it anonymous? Because I felt like a simple, "Hey guys, I messed up. I took care of it the best way that I could in the moment. Sorry." And, we sorted it out. Just saying something like that, and it would have been done. But when you try to like cover it up and you're texting people different things, and then those people talk, and then the truth starts coming out and it was all weird. I was like, man, why didn't she just come out and just say, "Hey, I messed up. No big deal. My bad," or whatever.
I didn't get to go to the event because actually the day before that, I had put my father-in-law in the hospital for one of the umpteenth time with severe pneumonia.
Yeah.
And so I didn't go down. And I truly did not know what happened. I just know somebody texted me that night saying that the shit was hitting the fan.
Yeah.
I was like, uh-oh. And then the next day I had an eye surgery thing done, or whenever it was. And I had put the post up, which was a mutual post between all the Lucky Ones podcast. And I wasn't getting any backup for the post when people were saying some nasty things, especially when people started saying nasty things about Liz. Liz is very...
Yeah, she gets a lot of hate, man.
Yeah, she's a very nice human being.
Yeah.
And sweet person. And that's when I took my post down. And then some things came up after that, what I was hearing from the actual poolers. And I was like, well, maybe I shouldn't even have put that post up then. And I kind of felt victimized really on that one. And because I should have checked into it more before I made the post. And yeah, that was
because the early stories that I got were like, and maybe you got the same thing, where like, oh, Liz freaked out about this and she's freaking out and starting all kinds of stuff. And then as time went on, you start finding out more details, and it wasn't exactly like that. It was more like, hey, if this is going to be an event that has strict weigh-ins, then you have to see the correct weight on the scale. And if someone allowed that not to happen, then it's the promotion's fault.
Yeah.
And she should have just, I think, taken, responsibility for it and say, hey, I didn't tell the person doing weigh-ins, enough to make them be, strict with it and, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you run from those things, it looks worse,
Yeah. And, the things that happened following that, it just, like Danielle did. Danielle went ahead and moved into the upper class. She still performed great,
Yeah.
The other hand, it didn't hinder Lucky in any way.
Right.
I mean,
yeah. So, and Danielle's a sweetheart too.
Oh, Danielle is freaking
She's
awesome.
always been really good 98 supporter, and we love her and support everything she does.
There's no negative at all about Danielle. I wish she could be her person again, go over in life and just do the things over, because I used to be so energetic and doing all those things, and now it's like, oh, okay, I'll just watch you through.
Live vicariously through her videos.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, and then if you understand, people that know other sports will know the reference I'm making here. She's kind of like the Billie Jean King of arm wrestling. When she got somebody to make a sandwich for her a couple of years ago at Winter Blast, with that the battle of the sexes, so to speak, at Winter Blast with Robert Kelly. But it wasn't a very good sandwich he made for her, but he had to make it. But those that don't know Christina, of course, we've been talking about as a promoter here, but promoter, competitor, and referee. One of the first times, I don't know if it was the first time I met Christina, just looked it up in my chart. It was about 4 years ago here at there was a tournament in Parma, Ohio, at a gym that is, that the Cleveland people used to practice at. And we were in a small back, it was like the dance studio, and it was too small, so we had to move out into the gym. But there was a puller there who shall remain nameless, but who is known for, trying to, raise a stink. And Christina shut him down. He was, I don't know if she remembers the incident, but
I remember it well.
Somebody was trying to basically take charge, and head referee Casto did not put up with any of his horse shit. And that was the end of that. But so don't mess. I was at a practice. You're talking about the amateur, women. I was at a practice this past, on Monday up in New York. Jen up there that they hold the practices at for Hudson Valley, who just got into the sport a couple of years ago, and he's in his mid-50s, and he was joking that he thinks what we need is an amateur masters. And I said, well, there aren't too many of us there. I said, there's people your age and my age that are doing it, but they've all been doing it for 30 years. But yeah, I told him just dive right in. But
so I noticed Lucky was having like other people run the podcast, but I think she came back, right? Recently? She back on the last one?
I think so. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought someone told me she was back on, but she had like other people running the show for a while there.
I think I saw where Sarah Bachman did one for her.
Yeah.
That was to interview Amanda Marshall,
Yeah.
South Carolina. And I think Lucky was just back on with a Canadian puller. So yeah, she's back on. Which I wish him well. I really do. I mean,
Yeah. Why not? I wish everyone I mean, we get a lot of haters too, but you know, Dave can tell you, like, we still promote all their stuff. Like, we don't care. We just promote everyone. Like, because it's not just because you hate a promoter doesn't mean you should boycott their, like, promoting their event, because the event's not for them. It's for the pullers.
yes, absolutely.
Like, to me, I don't ever tell anyone not to go somewhere, because I'm like, dude, go, just because I don't like that promoter, go get your points for the Aries system and you know, your rankings or whatever. Like, go do what you got to do. I'm not going to be offended if you go to someone's event that doesn't like us or we don't like them or whatever.
Well, and as I told Ryan, in all candor, am I going to, be as, say as much about somebody who's been a pain in our rear? No. On the other hand, they are going to be on the list because I said, that is to our advantage as well. First place, it's not for them, it's for the pullers. And number two, if it gets to the point where people were to think that we were deliberately keeping people off the list, because
we're just as bad, right?
It would diminish the value of the list.
Yeah.
So I'm not gonna, unless it's run by somebody who's a combination of Adolf Hitler and a pedophile, bullshit, it's going on the list.
Well, it does borderline that sometimes. No. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the sport. Like, we got people telling people not to go to our events and not support them, and I'm like, man, why would you do that to the pullers that are in that area? I don't understand.
You know what, though? I look at it like this. It's those ones that are telling people, like, for instance, like banning people. Those people are doing it because they can't get people to come to their own events.
Yeah. I thought it was crazy when Greg Sharp did that ban with the Winter Blast, because I'm like, dude, you're not banning people from our event. You're banning them from your own. That doesn't even make sense. I was like, that was a poor decision to make.
And of course, we're so helpful that he, since he has something scheduled in Atlantic City on the 2nd of August, and everybody is, that was at Winter Blast is banned from coming to it. We very helpfully scheduled a tournament on the same day in Cherry Hill that they would have to drive right past to get to Atlantic City.
Yeah, that way, if you're banned, there's still an option.
Yeah.
See it the PJ.
Slightly a dick move, but since everybody that came to Winter Blast can't go to that event, I'm like, let's give them an option.
That was an interesting one. The last tournament we had there, we always have the women's classes, and nobody was at all interested. The only woman puller as such was there with Sue Fisher. And so what we did is we talked all 7 of the wait staff, the waitresses, use them. So they were all, so we had
all jumped in
7-person class. Luckily, they were all about the same weight. And so we had a seven woman class pulling at that one. And, one would cover the other one when, oh, it's your turn. Hey, cover my table, whatever. So we had, we did that with right arm only. But,
Yakto said, will they let Shell compete at the Lesbian Armwrestling tournament?
Yeah.
What the hell?
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far. So where's that? Florida?
Yeah, no. Florida. That was. Let me see if I can find the flyer.
Yeah.
But
I'll tell you, that's what kills me about flyers. So I've been seeing these flyers, and somebody will put up a flyer and they'll say it's going to be at Joe's Bar and Grill, and where the hell is Joe's Bar and Grill?
Right. Yeah, there's no address.
There's no address. It happens all the time.
Like, am I missing this on this flyer that I'm not seeing an address?
Yeah, all the time.
Or there was one that it was at the something festival. Well, okay, if you look it up, you could find there's a festival at a town of that name, and I forget what state it was. And it was out of our area. So ultimately, we didn't. I didn't add it to our list because out of the 14 states I list, but it's like, where the hell is it?
Yeah.
You just got to know, I guess.
Well, that, and then the other thing, these things that pop up that I see 4 days before they take place. There was a tournament in Rhode Island at a VFW a couple months ago that literally showed up like that Tuesday. Was the first I'd seen it. It was Saturday, and it would have drawn more because there are basically never tournaments in Rhode Island. Never.
Yeah.
Oh, here I found it. This is the flyer. I don't know if you saw this, Christina. A lesbian arm wrestling tournament.
Oh my goodness. No, didn't see that.
I was like, well, that kind of is not very inclusive of non-lesbian women or men.
Well, my question
Lesbians only.
Well, my question was, is this something you have to, they have to qualify for? In which case, how do you prove it? I mean, it's like, you have to be in a certain weight class just up on the scale. If they only let lesbians, pull in the lesbian arm wrestling tournament,
Yes.
do they have to, come up with proof? Maybe a letter from their partner? I mean, I don't know, but
dude, it says Dyke Night on it. Come on.
But I thought it said.
I'm like, I just noticed that. I didn't notice it the first time.
Oh yeah, St. Petersburg, Florida, Dyke Night, St. Pete. Yeah.
Is that something Lucky's sponsoring?
It's got Lucky's brand down there. It's got the old brand, which is the one that I made up, which has the female symbol on it, which I think she took that off. And
Yeah.
Just
No, I totally put that logo on there for a joke.
oh,
Yeah.
I can't go to it because it's
Sorry about that, Lucky.
Keystone States.
That was just a joke one. I just threw that logo in the corner there. But that poster is a real one that's down in Florida.
Oh, wow.
I think we have to go just for research,
Yeah.
just to see if it's real or not.
I mean, technically these days you should be able to identify however you want to.
Why not?
If you can identify as a
got
cat,
my haircut, so maybe I would.
they'll just let you in. They'll be like, "Yep, you got the haircut."
Well, and actually,
No admission required.
there's a number of pullers. There's a number of pullers that moved down to that area from the Beast Mode of New Jersey group, and one of ours from Predator. Maybe we can, sign them to go over and take a look.
Yeah.
Bob Sowick. Hey, Bob, you want to go over and check this out for us and report back?
Live investigation.
Yak said, "Imagine if they asked when registering for you to prove you're a lesbian."
Yeah.
I don't know how you would prove that.
What do I got to do?
Just grab the first girl and kiss her. I
Kiss her,
guess.
yeah. Oh man, that's funny. Anyway,
Yak said, I make flyers for tournaments in Atlanta, Canada. They always have full address. But do you have them in both English and French? If not, you're illegal.
yeah. I mean, the first thing I do is make an event page and put all the info, and then I just share the event page.
Yeah.
That way, all the info is linked to the event page. But I don't know if you run into this, Christina, but no matter how much information you have on your flyer or your event page, people are still messaging you or calling you, asking about what the weight classes are, what times weigh-ins, all this stuff. And I'm like, oh my God.
Constantly.
Like, can't you guys read? It's terrible.
The week before, can I do a video weigh-in? Can I do this? Can I do that?
That's the worst. Can my team weigh in at my house if we video it? It's like, oh. And then you're like, how many of you? And they're like, 3. Like, dude, that's not even a team. Like, just show up in the morning and weigh in.
And once again, not mentioning any names, but the people that want to weigh in remotely, who are the same people that we can't do remote weigh-in because unfortunately they've been caught cheating too often.
Yeah, we ended the remote weigh-in because
that group of people, Christina, is a very short list.
Yeah.
If you catch my drift, to some other people I was talking about earlier tonight. But whatever.
The few ruin it for the many.
Yep.
But I've never been a fan of the remote weigh-ins anyway. Because then it's on you to keep track of like 10 people that remotely weighed in, and all this stuff. It's a pain in the ass. Like, they should have to weigh in like everybody else.
Just too much room for error there, and
especially when you're doing like a few night before weigh-ins at a specific location. Like, okay, it might suck that you have to drive a half hour to get over there to weigh in the night before, but It's,
Oh, and
it's
Andy Beckett said that's what's known as the Bowen weigh-in.
the Bowen weigh-in.
I was going to say something about that.
That's the name of that now. Oh man, ruthless. That's funny though. It's partly true. Mostly 98% true. We're getting a lot of hate too because we started like spreading out doing this 98 franchise thing, and like people are getting pissed off at us and like telling people to boycott our events like in other states, and I'm like, man, what is going on here?
But you are getting some praise from some high places too, though.
Yeah. Devin was like, dude, you guys are making waves. Like some of the guys at East versus West were talking about what you guys are doing. And I was like, oh, cool. I'd like to hear that.
Yeah.
And it all started with one idiot and 6 exercise bands and one video that went viral.
I don't know if that's what kicked it off.
That's the moment, man. That's the genesis there.
It was something. But yeah, so, I thought it'd be cool to have you on and, tell us what you got going on. We're kind of starting to launch like, pretty soon, like a female league up here.
Yeah.
So I was like, who better to reach out to than another female promoter to get some ideas on what our best way of doing that will be to get women to actually show up,
My recommendation on that is look at your weight classes.
Mm-hmm.
Most of your women arm wrestlers are not 135, 154 pounds.
Right.
Most of them are higher than that.
Yeah.
And
they just don't want to admit it.
Yeah. If you're going to make more than 1 or 2 classes, then I would stop the first one at 154 and then do another one, much higher than that, because it's just, and there's no difference, like look at Danielle, man. She came in and, at 154, she was probably 152, all known, if she'd have took all of her stuff off. She took a shoe off. But you've got Danielle coming in and then taking the super heavyweight class,
Yeah,
by storm. So, that's, for anyone to say, well, I'm only this much weight, they don't make smaller classes. You know what? I have went to nationals. I can count on both my hands how many times I went, made my weight class, and still had to wrestle in the super heavyweight class because there was no one there.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing is, even if you do a lower weight class, they're not showing up. And then if a few do, you have to combine the classes anyway.
Yeah.
You know how many extra trophies we have from all the women's classes that we've done that no one showed up? I'm sure you have the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Winter Blast, we've been getting more and more women coming because we started doing the women's only payouts. So that seems to have helped more. Like some women from further out will come to try to win money and stuff. And so that's helped a little bit, adding the cash payouts for the women and giving them the same trophies as the men, despite the payouts. So that's been good because Sue wants to do good things for the women. So, she's like, hey, let's do cash payouts. Let's give them the dragons, same awards. That way it's all fair across the board. But then the men bitch that they don't have payouts anymore. But, we're very careful how we do payouts because as you've seen some people out there screw people over, like if we don't have the money in our hand for the cash payouts, we do not do them.
Yeah.
So
I make sure as a promoter that I have that money that I have promised to my poolers before my tournament ever starts.
Absolutely. We don't even announce the women's cash payouts till I have the money in the hand.
Yeah.
Because we've actually gained like 3 or 4 sponsors that now consistently sponsor our women's payouts. So we're getting about the same every year now. And once I have that in my hand, then I'll announce, hey, we have women's payouts. And then if more money comes in, great. I can adjust that. But at least whatever the original post was, I already have in my hand, so that
Yeah.
we don't pull a beast mode or something, you know.
This year at the West Virginia States, I'm adding a lightweight and a heavyweight, and I already have the sponsor for it.
Nice.
They've already given me the $300 for the women's weight class, so
That's awesome.
I've got that taken care of.
Yeah, we got up to like $2,000, I think, this year for women's payouts.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and we did 4 classes for the women, 4 weight classes. So it wasn't bad. You know, everybody
And you
seemed to
gotta think about
appreciate
that.
it.
You go to nationals, you don't get money, so you know
Yeah.
that's a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and like before, like we didn't get much turnout from the women. You know, a few would come, but we had to combine them all into one weight class, and you know, now it's starting to fill up more with the cash payouts, which is great. And I'd love to do it for the men, but like I said, you know, like Winter Blast this year, everyone assumes like, oh my God, you guys had so many entries, you guys must be rich. And I'm like, dude, we're actually $4,000 in the hole, if you must know, because we went all out this year with like a huge venue, and Arm Gods was doing their thing the night before. And I think having those two back to back, Friday and Saturday, kind of hurt each other, because that makes it a very expensive weekend for the average puller, you know?
Oh yeah.
Having to stay 2 nights in a hotel now, and then having to buy tickets to go to Arm Gods, and then having to get entries for Winter Blast. Like, I think they kind of hurt each other a little. Which is, you know, we kind of expected that. But since it was Arm God's first time coming to America, we were like, let's just go all out, get the nicer venue and all that stuff. But you know, that comes at a cost. It was, you know, like we didn't really make good by the end of it. But a lot of people left the tournament saying it was one of the best tournaments they've been to, which that to me is more important than money.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'd rather get a good reputation on that tournament and people keep coming every year consistently than to make a few extra bucks. But we don't even pay each other. Me and Sue put everything right back into the next event. Like pretty much every tournament we throw buys the trophies for the next one.
Yeah, that's how I do it. I save my money for the next year, and all that goes back into it. So I do have a sponsor this year. We're doing some arms. I'm not sure what they are, whether they're porcelain, whatever they are. There's a guy that does sculpting, and he's made these for us, and he's the sponsor this year for that. First place in the pro division, and they're pretty neat looking. They're nice.
That's
like
cool.
arms and the arm like this. So
yeah. We made our one for Winter Blast the dragon one year, the first year, and everybody seemed to like them, so we stuck with it, because in my mind I was like, you know, people think of like Michigan and, you know, these certain venues, and they think about those like the gorillas and the, you know, the alligators and this and that and all the cool ones. So I'm like, let's just stick with the dragon, so people know you go to Winter Blast, you get the dragon. So I told the trophy guy that does our dragons, I was like, listen, if you're going to retire anytime soon or stop doing this, like, I need a heads up. Like, whatever we got to do to continue building these dragons, like, we have no choice now. We're committed. Yeah. He was like, don't worry. I'll be doing this for a while. So, you know, that was pretty funny.
Super chat if you're not paying any attention.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Diabolical Billy with a $20 super chat. Oi, mate. What in the carpet munching madness is going on? Lesbo arm wrestling. You've got 8 women all jacked, tatted up, looking like they just escaped a Mad Max audition. Sounds like an Eric Harlan promotion shot in the ass. Thank you for the super chat, Billy.
And of course, the reference to Eric Harlan.
Very PC as always.
Oh, he always has the best super chat.
Yeah. I don't know, Christina. Do you know of Eric Harlan?
I don't think so.
So he was a weirdo that came on our podcast, and we had to boot him because he said the N-word. And we were like, dude, you're not doing that on our podcast. Like, you're out of here. So then months went by and he came back on to apologize and then did it again. And we're like, dude. And then he bent over with his pants down and like showed things that you would not want to see on the, so we had to like permanently ban this guy.
Oh my goodness.
So then like in looking into him, this guy went to like his ex-wife's mother's trailer who was there with her lesbian lover, and he tried to break in and he got in and she shot him in the love handle. So like the joke was like that he got shot by a lesbian, and he just sat down and waited for the ambulance and the police to come, and he ended up going to jail and all this. And I'm like, how do we get these weirdos in the sport? So we pretty much banned him from ever coming on our podcast again because he just did not understand that was not good behavior. So
is he from the United States?
Yeah, he's in Georgia.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. And then he started threatening women. He started talking trash to Liz, Candy Passmore. I'm like, dude, Paul Passmore will kill you if he sees you if you talk trash to Candy.
Yeah.
What a mistake.
He might not want to talk trash on the lesbians because I've got some pretty good lesbian
Strong,
friends in the arm wrestling community, and they kick his ass. Some wonderful friends.
Not just the lesbians, but most of the women can beat me in arm wrestling. So I don't talk shit to any of the ladies. But most guys in the sport are protective of the women arm wrestlers.
Oh, they are.
So for him to do that, I was like, dude, you just killed your career. Like, he got banned from almost every league really quick.
Yeah, I think I remember him because we had a discussion about him at the round table at Nationals. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was him that we were talking about.
Big Country said American Southwest Arm Wrestling Championship 2,500 to the women's classes.
Wow.
And, that's going to be in Arizona. That's our first 98 franchise tournament that we're throwing out in Arizona. So, of course, all the Arizona, certain people out that way are telling people not to go to it. But I think with those payouts, I think hopefully we'll get a good turnout.
Oh, I'd say you will. I mean, there's a lot of them that will go. They go to Arizona States. So if you're offering that much money,
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's just for the women. They got even more for the men.
Wow.
The guy that has the venue put up even more money for the men's classes. So it hopefully it'll be a good turnout. I'm going to go out to it and, we'll be promoting the hell out of it.
You'll have to shoot me the info on that one because I know a couple of women out that way that would be interested, since the money is there.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Do you know Big Country, Ray Cody?
Yeah.
Cody? Yeah, he's out there. He's hosting that tournament at his him and the guy that owns the venue and Aaron Barden that runs Arizona Arm Wrestling League. Yeah. They teamed up to be the first 98 crew out there.
So Raymond is down in Arizona now?
He's in California,
City, California.
But the event is in Arizona at his buddy's ranch restaurant. So it should be pretty cool. Very cool venue.
Some more details there. They just posted in the chat.
It's like $9,900 total money and $400 for the kids. We're doing kids payouts at it too.
Oh, wow.
Nathan McAllen threw some money towards the event and said, hey, do some kids payouts because his kids are going to come pull at it. So I thought that was pretty cool because I don't think I've ever seen kids payouts.
Yeah.
No.
So that'll be neat. I might identify as a kid for that.
Easy money, dude.
Still got my ass kicked. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm here. Wear a diaper.
Yeah, depending who the kids are, you'd still lose.
Yeah, I'd still get my ass kicked.
It's like when you see the kids playing baseball and they're from the Dominican or something. They're like, that kid's not 12.
Oh
He's
yeah,
got a
he's got a full
mustache.
mustache. Yeah, dude, yeah, like
You know what? I'd love to get my grandson to do it because he's 13 years old. He's 6'2" and he's about 240 pounds.
damn.
What?
Genetic.
He is the softest, sweetest kid that would let a 4-year-old beat him.
Yeah.
Just if
Oh
they
man.
want to make him feel good.
He's not interested in arm wrestling?
No, not really. He's just a good kid that's glad to be here. I mean,
Yeah.
just,
Good for him. Bless his heart.
yeah.
That's funny. It's crazy. Like the guys that are genetically gifted are the ones that don't want anything to do with it. And you're like, man, that guy would be a great arm wrestler. And he's like, no, I'm not interested. Like, damn.
We have to make clear that when Ryan says "bless your heart," he is not speaking Southern.
Oh, yeah.
Because I do know enough.
Does that mean something else down there?
Oh yeah, Southern, when they say "bless your heart," it basically means essentially, it's a polite way of saying you're an idiot.
You're done.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean it that way.
Hard.
That's not how we say.
Like,
That's not how it's meant up here. Oh yeah, David Mars said his kid didn't look 13 either at that age. Yeah, David Mars got a son who's a beast. His son Austin, like crushing people in the men's division when he was like 15. I'm like, geez.
That's the way my middle son was. My middle boy was. He was 15 or 16 when he won his first nationals.
Jeez.
Wow.
That's awesome.
And I remember it was him and he was 15 or 16, and in the finals it was not Norm Devio, but I can't think of his name. He was from up around Maine or New Hampshire, somewhere around there, and he was 75 years old. So it was the youngest and the oldest in the competition that year.
Oh, that's awesome.
And Andrew beat him for the national championship.
That's sweet. I'm actually originally from New Hampshire.
I can't remember who the guy was. He had curly hair. Can't
Say it was Norm?
No, it wasn't Norm.
Wasn't. Up in New Hampshire. I didn't arm wrestle when I lived in New Hampshire, so
Well, I'm not sure.
It's got to be. Was it someone maybe from like Badger's crew or?
I can't. I'd have to think about it. I know I've got pictures of it. I'd have to see who it. I'll reference back and tell you who it was.
Oh my God! Is Stephanie Spencer trying to come on with her secret guest? Let's see what this is about. Stephanie Spencer and Jimmy G.
Did you ever think that you would see this tag team once again? If you hear me.
I saw the video of the first one.
Let's
There
go.
was no video of the first one.
Holy moly!
Yo, bro, what's up, man?
How you guys doing?
We're
I think
sitting
I'm
in the hot
going to those
tub.
arm festivals tomorrow for whatever the fuck. Sundays, festivals, arm
So,
festivals.
tomorrow,
Oh,
Jimmy's gonna come with me to the World Championship Strict Curl at CT Fletcher's gym,
Fuck.
and then on Sunday we're going to Arm Fest,
Arm
Big,
festivals, dude.
California combined practice at the.
Yes.
I don't have my glasses on. I
Come
can't
on, brother.
see. Read it. What's it say?
Come on.
Stephanie.
I'll go. We'll give it a round. I've done it once before.
What?
What? Somebody said I can't read. I'm old and shit.
The real Slim Katie said, my brother looks like he was born to arm wrestle, but he won't. He doesn't want to injure himself for work. It's so frustrating.
Yeah, that's the way my son is right now because he is a Mason and his wrist bothers him and he's not on for a while because of work.
I tried to make my brother arm wrestle, and he was a tattoo artist. So, like the week later, he's like, "I'm never going there again. I can't tattoo. I can't do anything."
That's tough.
I accidentally muted them.
Like literally can't see.
Come on, dude. She can't even see the fucking screen. Are you serious?
Now you know why. Anyway, it looks like they're having fun out there, but they can only handle so much of that.
A little echoey and loud over there.
I think
Yeah.
he dropped his phone.
What a shame. Oh, let's just remove that from the stage. Anyway, yeah, Stephanie Spencer out there living her best life. But anyway, do you have anything you'd like to promote that's coming up that we can blast around for you?
Mine, just my West Virginia states. Of course, I have next weekend. I do have that little tournament in Grantsville, West Virginia, Wood Festival, and then my West Virginia states on August the 16th in Morgantown, West Virginia. We're gonna Tim Lewis.
Yep.
And
Let me guess, he has a super match.
yes. Yep.
He must have the most super matches out of anybody in the country.
It's actually gonna be for each one of them's putting up $500, and
Ooh, nice.
they're going
Nice.
so
yeah, Tim likes to put up money. Tim likes to put up money on his matches.
I think we're losing her.
Yeah, could be
Oh,
the storm.
there we go.
There she is.
yeah.
Probably a storm.
Yeah, I think I've got another storm coming in here. I think you guys are probably going to get some of it too.
Yeah. Yeah, we're supposed to get it either tonight or right into tomorrow at some point. So
It's been raining here for like a week straight, seems like.
I know. I'm so tired of the rain.
where'd you say it is in West Virginia? The your
Morgantown. It's same town that WVU, West Virginia University's at. And that's one of the things I did put out, that if anybody wanted to get their hotel rooms, they want to check a little bit outside of Morgantown, because that's the weekend that the students come back. Dave fell into that, but they can go up into Washington, PA, which is about 30 minutes away, and find some pretty decent rates.
That's super cheap. I was getting the Motel 6 in Washington for $47 a night, which is even low for a Motel 6.
Yeah.
And I've been to it before, so I know it's there, and it's not necessarily some roach factory.
That's 4 hours and 45 minutes from me.
Yep.
That's about the same, roughly, that the one in Virginia was.
Yeah.
But we didn't hit any traffic. We hit like 95 the whole way down there. It's pretty quick.
4.5 hours if you leave nice and early.
Yeah. That's cool.
But yeah, that's my next venue, and we're hoping might be doing one in Ohio. I had a gentleman ask me about doing one in Ohio, so I'm talking to him. Maybe Billy and I will convert on that one, and then hopefully I'll be getting one together for Belfry, Ohio, where we have our practices. So that'll be a nice one.
That's cool. I'll have to get out there. I'm trying to travel more to go and, check out more events and support other promotions and stuff like that. So hopefully I'll make it out there at some point. Surprise attack you.
Come to one of our big practices.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
I got to wait till I get this shoulder surgery, because technically I'm not supposed to be pulling, but I keep thinking, well, if I'm getting a surgery, they're just going to fix whatever happens to it between now and then anyway. So,
yeah, let's break it. Let's tear it all loose and let them fix it while they're at it.
Yeah, like, hey, just do a little more while you're in there. But yeah, I've been trying to avoid it. I'll play around a little bit on the table, but the second I try to go sideways, it's like, oh, Jesus. So
I'm feeling that in my left, because I've been putting some effort into my left arm now, and
oh yeah,
Yeah.
So you're getting like the left arm newbie pains?
Oh, yeah. That toothache pain that I talk about that I don't have in my right arm anymore. Oh, it switched over to that other one.
That's funny.
Not fun. But I found if you rub it down with frankincense oil, it really helps.
Nice.
Oh, really?
Good little
Yeah.
tip.
If you get real frankincense oil, make sure it's in a carrier oil.
Yeah.
And use it. I've got a thing going on in my feet and I use it regularly. I use frankincense soap. Of a girl that works with me, she makes it, and it helps. It really does. I don't take any arthritis medicine because of it, so must be doing something.
Absolutely.
Well, I'll have to try that. Dave, don't get any ideas. It's not like the P. Diddy party oil.
I was just saying, don't go there. Don't go there.
Beat you to it.
There.
Oh, man. It's not baby oil, Dave. It's funny, though, how stuff like that will help. Like, I can't raise this arm above my head, but sometimes I'll put stuff on it, like different creams that people suggest, and I'm like, it's not as sore like in just normal use. But
if you try that frankincense and you rub it in there, do it. You're going to have to do it with a pain like that for probably a couple weeks before. I had I've got a bone disease in my foot, and I use that on there. And if I'm not using that on there regularly, it does hurt, but not as bad as, and the cortisone shots didn't do anything for it. They say I have to have a stem cell surgery, but we're not going there.
Oh, yeah.
They'll just take the toe off as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
Well, in my problem, I've had the cortisone, which I don't know how much good that does, but in my case, they said stem cells wouldn't do any good anyway because they will repair cartilage, but my problem is lack of cartilage.
Yeah.
Bone, and stem cells won't generate it.
Yeah. Well, my problem is the actual bone. The bone is deteriorated in my foot.
Of course, and I also still have the leftover oxycodone from that I didn't need for the knee operation. But
that stuff makes me barf.
Mhm.
Can't do it.
Dude, all those guys, like,
I wouldn't be a very
Devin.
good drug addict.
Well,
I'm
like,
sitting around puking all the time.
like Devin taking all those stem cells. Like, what if we find out in 20 years that it causes like something crazy? You know, like all those stem cells he's been taking, and now he's starting to do like DNA modifications and all this weird stuff. And I'm like, what the heck?
Man has no fear.
Yeah, for real.
Don't mess with the life you're given, that's for sure.
I guess, you know, with the money he's making, I guess maybe it's worth it to him. But like the average arm wrestler is not going to ruin their health for arm wrestling. So, well, some will, but
I think some of it,
I guess it depends what level you're at and what your goals are.
I think some of his stuff too is like he really has made his career arm wrestling, and he had so much damage in his wrist and his elbow.
Yeah,
that it was kind of like, screw it.
It's like, fuck
try it. You know, like,
let's commit to it. Yeah,
because it ain't getting any better.
I sent a note to a puller the other day about, I just hadn't seen him, posting anything about pulling for some time. And I said, are you still doing it? And he said, no. He said, I got about as far as I could go without steroids. And he didn't feel like taking steroids. So once he takes steroids, he's not going to be winning. So he's just dropped out of the sport.
Yep.
I thought, what?
Yep. I know a very good puller that said the same thing. Won nationals several years and did some very good things. And, he said that just He's not gonna. He went as far as he could go without sticking a needle in his ass, and he wasn't going to do that. So he's done.
Well, that's it. And I just think, why don't you just keep doing it, for fun of it?
Yeah.
No, absolutely not. If they can't be winning and crushing everybody, not going to do it.
Yeah.
That's just, they're to the point that that's the only in this sport that they were trying to keep getting better and better and better. Better themselves, and if they're at the top without it, you see what I'm saying? Then there's no. And he was an older guy, so I can see that, but and they well, why do you keep doing it? And I said, because I'm still at the top. So far.
Even with some guys taking even just like TRT, that can actually help a lot as long as you're not like blasting crazy levels of it. But there are obviously some top guys that are hitting some heavy stuff. And
they're not just taking TRT, that's for sure.
No. They end up taking it because they can't produce any testosterone anymore after a while.
Yeah.
But a good dose of TRT can help, some stuff. But there's that next level where, guys are hitting Anavar and Tren and, Yeah,
TRT is made for like guys that just naturally start to have lower test as they get older.
Yeah.
To bring you back up to a normal level. But there's guys that are taking that, and then on top of that, they're blasting like Tren and all kinds of crazy shit. There's some women that also probably do that, but hey, it's one of those things where if it's not going to be regulated in our sport and someone's trying to get to that next level, that might be what gets them to that next level of where they're trying to get.
Yeah. We had discussed one time about the GLP-1s.
Oh yeah.
I said, well, there's a couple that wouldn't scare me off. And, I asked why would, and I said, because it doesn't have, HGH in it. And they're like, well, which ones do? And I said, probably the two you're thinking about taking, because it's the top two that actually do have it in there. And I said, you just got to watch. If you're not 100% of what you're taking, and you're taking it and you go to a world level and you get popped to pee in a jar, you're in trouble.
Yeah. What's funny though is, from what I've seen at events where they test, they always pick the people that don't look like they're on steroids. They pick like the skinniest person that isn't doing steroids.
Let me tell you, there was in France, there was a junior. I think he was only 18.
Yeah.
And he just wiped everyone clean in his class. Then he gets in the senior division, and he does the same thing. Well, he is against Tony Hope from out in, I think they're from Utah, Nevada, somewhere out in that area. Yeah. And he's one-armed. He only has one arm. And he uses a prosthetic to hold on to the peg.
Yeah.
And they went at it. Had a beautiful match. Well, he ended up beating Anthony, and they pulled him to go test. He made that guy couldn't get out of that building. He ran as fast as he could run to get out of that building. Damn. And everybody's looking at everybody, and I looked at Tony and I said, you better go over there and get ready to piss, because you're next.
That's crazy that that's how he avoided it, by just running out of the building.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That answers the question.
Right. Fail.
His junior title. He lost his senior title, and he was banned from his country. Actually banned him forever arm wrestling again.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's probably worse to run. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's worse to handle it that way than to just get a bad. Like, I think if you fail, it's like a 2-year ban, right? Something like that.
Yeah. And the way he handled it, they banned him for life.
That's crazy.
And I'm telling you, he was tremendous. I mean,
That
everybody.
sucks.
Oh,
That sucks, but hey, you got to handle it the right way.
yeah.
Take your licks.
Yep.
2-3 years, you could get through that, especially if you're a younger person.
Well,
Train.
You know what, though? In those other countries, that's their life. You know, where we go to work, do this, do that. That's, just like Ingen says, when you go over to East versus West, like that last East versus West, it was just like, they're movie stars because
over there.
they're arm wrestling over there. And, that's the way, where he was from was that way. And it was just, I mean, I haven't heard anything about him since, but that was tragic.
Yeah. Well, like you look at, East versus West, for example, they're under WAF control, which is supposed to be under control, from the different governing bodies that, govern steroid use. And I'm like, there's no way that nobody on the East versus West card is on steroids. Like, let's be honest.
Yeah, I
just laugh about it though, like, all right.
Yeah, we may have to write Engen a thank you letter because
the hell are they testing the refs? They're definitely not testing the guys pulling.
We may have to write Engen a thank you letter because we were down this year in Winter Blast from 585 to 497 entries, and last year Michigan State's at like 504, so that'd be ahead of us. But then Engen puts East versus West the week before the Michigan State's in Chicago, 2 hours away.
Not cool. Yeah.
So basically, if they drop, because of it, so we should write Engen a thank you letter.
Can you imagine they're pulling names at East versus West, and it's like the refs, the brackets guy. It's like they're testing all the people.
The sound guy.
The sound guy. Get anybody in here. We're testing people from the crowd. You get over
guy selling popcorn at the front concessions.
Yeah, because you have to test like so many people. So
yeah,
like who are the like whatever 10 people they're testing, or just like 3 refs and a brackets guy.
Speaking of that, Chicago East versus West, a new match added that I'm super excited about is Reichard Borman versus Wallace Dilly.
Oh,
just added.
Reichard is a beast.
Yeah, dude. And Wallace was, he just won the East versus West Underground not that long ago that they held.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a hell of a match. Looking forward to that. Reichard is a really cool guy too.
Yeah, he's cool, man.
Nice kid from South Africa.
Did you see when he teared up and he was like calling out to his parents?
Yeah, dude.
What a sweet boy.
I got to talk to him outside when they were waiting for the van to pick him up, and he was just like so grateful to be there. And I mean, the kid's a freak. So strong, man.
Oh yeah, he's definitely freaky strong. And he's got a brother like right behind him, like coming up too.
Yeah.
Man, his mom was like commenting on that thread, and I was like, what are you feeding your boys? Like, holy moly. Here's another super chat from White Wolf, $20. Howdy, Ryan, David, Christina, and Randy. Hope you all are good. Christina, that guy definitely should have called a police officer, buddy, and had him come haul him off. It's crazy, but it works every time. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's nuts though to avoid a drug test, like running out of the building.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just an automatic fail. That's like not showing up to your probation officer's piss test or something,
Just tell him I had a family emergency. I had to leave.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, guys, I am going to head home. I'm seeing lightning, and I don't want to be stuck off my road.
Yeah. Well, thanks for coming on. And
thank you.
If you send us your flyer, we'll promote it all around our groups and stuff. And anytime.
Definitely will. Thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
See you in a few, Dave.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
See you later. What a sweetheart.
Yeah,
Glad to have her on.
cool. She made it on despite the
Going
weather.
home,
Yeah.
Probably went
I mean,
somewhere is a better signal.
Just went out in her car just to come on here. So we got to give her that. Now, let's get down to fuck everybody and let's start fucking causing some trouble. Yeah.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
You know, when you have a woman on that's a sweetheart like her, we have to be nice. You know, she's a very nice lady. But
that's an interesting point. Is it still fuck that guy? If it's a woman, well, yeah.
you fuck that girl, like,
Heck out.
lucky you little devil. Yeah. But yeah, fucking hey, dude. I was trying, I didn't want to drag her into some of the stuff because, Lucky was kind of nasty towards her. So she's kind of stepped back from that situation. But me, I don't give a fuck if Lucky doesn't like me. She smells weird and she's an asshole. So, and she causes all kinds of fucking drama. So, anyway, Christina's a sweetheart. And Lucky, you ought to be ashamed for treating her that way. But yeah, anyway. Oh, the Metal in the house. Metal with a $5 super chat. Metal has entered thy chat. How is everyone doing tonight? Thank you, Metal. Thank you, White Wolf. Thank you, Diabolical Billy, for the super chats that we've got. But yeah, she was super nice. So, yeah, that was cool. Anyway,
I put my tinfoil hat on.
Who's pissed us off? Who has pissed us off that we can talk about? Whose life can we ruin tonight? No.
Can I put my tinfoil hat on real quick?
Yeah. Here, I'm going to post the link. If anybody wants to come on. But yeah, I really wanted to have Christina on because she's been in the sport for a very long time and she's done a lot for not only women's arm wrestling, but just arm wrestling in general, throwing tournaments, doing all kinds of stuff down there. Very, very busy in the sport. So I really wanted to have her on to, promote her a little up here for anyone that might not know her from the area or new arm wrestlers. Definitely support her, share her things. I just got this in from our friend Marcus from Arm Gods. Dude, look at that fucking banner. Yeah. Pretty cool. So their Triple Crown, their Arm Gods, 10K cash and prizes. June 14th, 2025, 12 p.m. at the Birmingham Health Cricket Club. So check that out. Download the app. Get on their social media platform. I got to tell you, I've been playing around on there. I made a 98 group on there. Been adding people to it. It's a cool app, dude. And they got some fun groups on there. People just talking shit, abusing each other for no reason. A lot of the UK guys are on there that we met at Winter Blast. They're all on there, So, but the app is amazing, dude. If you haven't downloaded the app, definitely go download the app and support what Arm Gods are doing. It's a cool social media app, man, and it coincides with their website and stuff, which is really cool. So, but yeah. Definitely go and subscribe and join one of their subscription plans. I personally am in God mode, So, I'm not saying you have to be God mode, but why wouldn't you? I mean, if you have a choice between, other options, you're going to go for full on God. I mean,
be a pleb or be a god.
Yeah. But yeah. David Marr said the Arm Gods app is awesome. Yes, it is. Marcus, Slaunchy Boys. Yeah.
Hey, the Metal.
I've been drinking my own urine.
I can't remember exactly what town the Metal's in, but down there in Virginia. But tomorrow I'm going to be. We're having the enemy line. People are having a big practice, 3 or 4 tables at a graduation party for Xander Nason in Martinsburg, West Virginia. So if you're within shouting distance of Martinsburg, West Virginia, you want to get your rear over there, send me a message and I'll send you an address.
The threaten button is a week out.
Ooh. Yeah, I downloaded the app. I just got to make a profile. So my tinfoil hat. So Devin and Brian Shaw have been in Texas for like a week now. I know they were doing some they were work with the DNA gene doctor that you met.
Oh yeah.
They've been down there with him doing some stuff. But since they were in Austin, do you think they finally did the Rogan podcast?
Did they do it? No.
You think they did or no?
I don't know. That'd be awesome, dude. Marcus
That's
says
my,
the Rogan button is a week out. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
dude, if they're going to be down there in Texas, why
They've
not
been
go
down
on
there-
Joe Rogan? Why
they've
not go
been-
on Rogan, dude?
Yeah. And Rogan lives right outside of Austin. And
Ooh, we
they
got
were
some-
at Rogan's favorite barbecue place yesterday, too.
Oh, really?
So I'm tinfoil
Maybe-
hatting this. You know?
Maybe they did do it. Martinburg.
Maybe they did.
Martinsburg is about 1 hour away. Definitely doable. However, I work 7 days a week, so I cannot make practices. Thank you for the invite, though. Much appreciated from the metal. But yeah,
Yeah, having Brian on and Devin on a podcast with Joe Rogan, that would be fucking cool.
Okay, well, yeah, actually, they have a very big practice down there as well, Metal, at the Bones of Steel folks, about 2 hours south of Martinsburg, but in Virginia. I mean, it's about 2 hours away because I took a look at when they were doing it because the practice or the thing at Martinsburg is at 1 o'clock. I thought, well, if they did that for a couple hours and then the other one was in the evening, I'd hit them both. But the one in that Bones of Steel is doing is at noon.
yeah.
Bones of Steel?
So it's about 3 hours, a little less than 3 hours for me to Martinsburg, and it's about a little over 4 to the folks down in Virginia. I used to get down there when Iron Kings was active in the Harrisonburg area. They were about 4 hours.
It is possible though, because I know Rogan has talked about Devin before on the podcast.
Yep. He knows about him.
Super chat. Stay the fuck off the Arm Gods app. armgods.com. Only need killers and wannabe killers on this site. Don't fucking need no pussified arm wrestler fans over there. Hooligans welcome. Oh. Well, you heard it here, guys. White Wolf says, don't go on the Arm Gods app.
Yeah, don't do it.
I don't know if Marcus would agree with that. I think he may want some. I mean, if you don't have a few pussies on there, who are you going to make fun of? You know? Dude, I had to get rid of Stephanie and fucking Jimmy G. Motherfucker.
Metal, you got it.
Jimmy G's fucking probably high as fuck, just babbling on like usual.
It was very loud in that room.
Yeah. Well, they had a little romantic evening way back. Ew. Well, you know, whatever. We want pussy on and woke just to abuse, then kick out. Yeah, exactly, dude. You got to get them in there, let them get comfortable, then abuse them, and then when they cry about it, fucking blam, you're out.
Banhammer.
And then you just say, fuck that guy. But yeah. Crazy.
With the Keystone States coming up, Storm Chelino will be there.
Don't ever fucking bring that up on this podcast again.
Sorry.
No, I'm kidding. No, but really don't.
Sorry.
No, that's cool because Storm, you know, he started training again. I mean, he never really stopped training, to be honest, but he's probably amping it up to make a comeback to arm wrestle. And he's friends with Paul Lynn, so it makes sense that he would be there.
Yeah, Paul Lynn confirmed he'll be there. And Nick Stone said he's like 50-50, so he might show up.
Yeah.
That'll be cool.
Very hard for Storm to get out because I know last time I talked to him, like his work schedule is crazy, and
he manages like properties, doesn't he?
It's like a plant, you know, and so when they're doing stuff, like sometimes it's mandatory they got to be there on the weekend to because weekends the only time they can like shut down power or work on
Yeah.
move equipment. So sometimes he has to work those weekends, and they're like scheduled maintenances. So
And he owns a bunch of properties too, or something, doesn't he?
Yeah. So I'm sure he's a very busy guy. You know.
Oh yeah, definitely. But he was at the Vail tournament a couple weeks back, right? I believe he went out there to the strap tournament, Vail.
Oh, maybe, I don't know. The Veil never, dude. Last I looked, they still didn't report to Aries.
There was footage of him and Paul Cruz pulling, I believe.
Yeah,
At the Vail tournament.
I'm gonna go check.
Yeah, that wasn't up. And what else? There was something else that wasn't up.
The Myrtle Beach fucking Nationals.
You're right. The Nationals wasn't up.
Yeah, where's that? Why aren't they putting that? You know.
What's taking so long?
Well, you know, James notoriously doesn't turn them in quickly.
Mm.
Yeah, from what I hear.
Then at all, only if people nag the crap out of them.
Yeah, and then I don't know what happened with the Veil. Maybe not the best turnout they thought. I have no idea, but it's not on there.
Yeah. Yeah, I was poking around for some footage, and Storm was there, getting his reps in, I guess. You know, getting ready for that turn the notch up.
Let's see if it's on the events yet. Super 64, Val Ward. No, still not on there, dude. What is going on?
Well, when you come to one of our tournaments, I will put it up. Usually I will turn it in within hours.
Fucking
Usually
Corey Miller will be texting me. Can you turn in the fucking results? And the tournament's still going on. He'll text me at Winter Blast while he's doing the bracket saying, "Hey, did you turn in the results yet?" I'm like, "Hey, you're still doing brackets. Maybe when you're done." What the heck?
And they do have a system to go on the site now to instead of turning them into him by messenger, you can turn in the super matches right on their site.
Marcus says you have to remember the app is Irish descent, so it's a raging psychopath drunk asshole, so enjoy the abuse. Yeah, there's a lot of what do you call it? Controversy with Dan Earthquake on there with the PAA or whatever, and
stepping down.
He's back in now, which is great, but shame on those guys that tried to fucking make him, discourage him and get him out of there, because Dan Earthquake is a cool dude, man. That fucking guy is super nice. So fuck those assholes that were fucking with him, and I'm glad he's not giving up and staying in there.
This is who we're talking about here?
Dan Earthquake, one of the guys that came over with Arm Gods that helped us out a lot for Winter Blast.
Yeah.
I mean, Dan helped with Winter Blast. He helped with Arm Gods. If you needed him that weekend, he was there helping. Even if you didn't need him, he was asking, "Do you need help?" He was there all weekend helping out. Super nice guy. So when I saw that, it was very disappointing to see people trying to undermine him and fuck with him. And so I wanted to give a big FTG to whoever the fuck is fucking with our boy, Dan Earthquake. Do we have to cross the pond and kick some ass? What's going on over there?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I saw the Arm Gods post about that the other night.
Is your passport current there, Ryan?
What's that?
Is your passport current?
What passport?
Passport. You don't have a passport?
Fuck no.
Well, I guess you're not going to go across the pond then.
Not today.
Mine's current.
I got to get my possibly my real ID, but I'm trying to schedule it because apparently you have to show some stuff. in order to be able to wear a spaghetti strainer on your head during the picture. So I have to prove that that's my religion, because they won't just let you walk in with a spaghetti strainer on your head. And it's a real religion, dude. It's Pastafarian. Pastafarian, and they believe in like some sort of spaghetti monster. And you know, I want to wear one of these things on my head in the picture. This last year I did like the whole dot thing on the head, and they looked at me like I was fucking crazy. And I'm like, can't be the first time you guys saw someone with a dot on their head with some awesome glasses and parting their hair, you know. But anyway, this year I thought
an organ donor. Just think
in order
to get your body parts after you croak.
Well, you can't see it on the back. It says penis only. It says organ donor, but then on the back you can specify. It's like penis. Not that anybody would want my penis, unless they're taking my penis and adding it to another penis. You wouldn't want mine. You know, like maybe you put my penis on a normal size penis, and then that gives them like a slightly larger than average penis. You know, but you don't just use my penis for a fucking transplant. You're moving in the wrong direction.
Oh my god, that picture is fucking hilarious.
Dude, anywhere I go with my wife and they ask for IDs, she just like walks away. She's like, "No, dude."
That fucked me up, man. I wasn't expecting that.
I have a gay fraternity brother in Palm Springs, California, whose husband was going into the hospital a couple of years back. We were all, people, of course, on Facebook went, "Oh, hope he's okay. Hope he's okay." Whatever, the operation succeeds, whatever. Actually, it turned out it was a, shall we say, operation he didn't necessarily have to have, except his job was a porn star and he was getting a penis enhancement.
Yeah.
But, so I think that's what's known as, what do you call that? Not optional surgery. What's the looking for?
Cosmetic.
Nah,
well, Pastafarian recognized as a real religion. Yes, it is. It is. But they still give you crap. Like, you can't just walk in and then put it on your head for the picture. You have to commit and wear that shit like you're walking around proud. So I got to put it on from the moment I pull in and walk in there like I own that shit.
You like just put some like angel hair underneath of it, so it's coming down, looks like dreads or something.
Some spaghetti, just kind of couple. Dude, I'm gonna try that. That would look hilarious.
Or do like the Engen eyebrow, get some like fusilli all the way across here.
Spaghetti, dude, and be like, Pastafarian.
Elective surgery. That was the phrase.
Oh, yeah.
I'll talk in a Pastafarian.
Carbohydrates, man.
Yeah. Dude, that'd be hilarious.
Holy
and then if they're like, "No, we won't do it," I'll fucking be like, "This is against my religion. I am a fucking American, and you guys are fucking like, this is my fucking constitutional right." Start throwing a fit, dude. Throw a huge fit, dude. Like, fuck you. You know?
Oh, they have moved the Vermont tournament indoors. Probably a good move.
Probably, yeah.
Dude, the worst part is when I show that ID somewhere and then they're like, "What's your social?" Dude, the last 4 digits on my social are all the same number. So they're like, "Dude,
really?
you have to be a terrorist."
That sounds like bullshit.
You never fucking will take my social as like, I can't use my social as a pin. Nothing. They're like,
that's crazy.
All the same number, dude. And they're like, they look at my license, they look at that, and they're like, "No."
It's like that's a fake social security number.
There's something off here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. This guy's up to no good.
Yeah.
What's your last name?
Pastafarians, their religion is centered around the flying spaghetti monster, FSM. It was created as a satire in response to the teaching of intelligent design in public schools. Blah, blah, blah. Pastafarian considered a real legitimate religion as much as any other. So I should be able to get my license picture.
If Scientology is a real religion, then so is that.
Yeah. Dude, and there's some let me download some of these pictures.
Off the man.
There's people that have their license with it on. So I don't see why I couldn't.
I believe the Commonwealth will allow it.
Yeah. PA. You know what I'll do? You know what I should do? Just call there and be like, hey, this is my religion. I want to have this in my license picture. Are you guys gonna fucking stop me? Or should I come in with my lawyer?
You're probably already flagged for the last one.
Should I bring my lawyer with me? Or are you guys going to fucking honor my religion? That's how I got to play it off, dude.
Yeah.
I'll bring Dave Shell and be like, I brought my fucking attorney right here, Mr. David Shell Esquire. Oh man, it wouldn't let me save those pictures, dude.
I just saw an announcement pop up on one of my chats about the 98% the Maryland franchise holding a tournament. I'm allowed to announce it.
Yes, they go ahead. Well, I don't know. They might want to.
Okay, don't shut up. But anyway, keep a date in late October open.
Yeah.
We're going to have a tournament in Hagerstown, and I'll let them do the major announcement.
And very cool venue, dude. It's kind of similar to where we had Winter Blast, where there's like a mezzanine up top. They might do some VIP seating up there.
Oh yeah.
So that's pretty cool. But yeah, they're looking for October. So keep an eye out for that.
Speaking of Maryland, isn't Mr. Logan Bittinger from Maryland? He's from that area.
No, he's from that area, yeah.
Well, I happen to see. I know he said he was going to East versus West in Chicago, and I guess they're running a tournament there. And he put out a little post on Facebook with the big eye emoji, like maybe he's going to enter.
Oh,
see if he can make some noise up there in Chicago.
He might, dude.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, Grantsville, Maryland, basically where Maryland, West Virginia, and PA all come together.
I don't know why it won't let me do the. Well, let me just pull it up on the website. Maybe it'll let me share screen. Fucking
you screenshot it off your PC.
Yeah, I did, but it won't let me upload it.
We have a witty remark from the metal about your religion.
Oh, where is it? Hold on.
Second last, yeah, there you go.
Brian, do you refer to your genitals as your bed?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Fucking right. It's about the same size. About the same size as one.
Trying to think of all the really tiny short pastas, and I'm drawing a blank.
Oh, Christina.
Oh, I mean, one of Badger's favorite lines to tell somebody their biceps like angel hair pasta.
Angel hair pasta.
Mine was feeling like it the other day. I was doing some pronation lifts, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I haven't done this for a while."
You realize we're still holding practices twice a week without you.
Yeah, my problem is finding time without my daughter.
Hey, why don't you come? You should come to Latimer practice Sunday. I might go to it.
Years, bring her along.
And Martin from up in New Jersey is coming down to go to it too.
Oh, nice.
So it should be a decent practice.
Yeah, I'll talk to the old lady tomorrow, see if I can schmooze her.
Oh, dude, there's some really weird people that are Pastafarian. I mean,
you don't say.
Psychos.
And how old is she?
My daughter's 2.5.
Because sometimes if Mike Ondrick Jr. is there, his daughter's there with him.
Yeah.
There, but
This dude did it.
more than 2.5.
This dude did it in Pennsylvania with a real ID. Fucking right, dude.
My daughter likes to arm wrestle me, but she always presses me. She's got the press, you know.
Well, we'll get it together with Khaleesi Ondrick at the next practice.
Sounds like a strong name. Brian, are you enamored with this?
I'm trying to get it on the screen, and it's being a fucking pain in the ass.
I got my real ID like fucking forever ago when they first came out.
Randy, which Meshuggah album is your favorite? Says the metal.
Ooh, the metal. God. My favorite. Catch 33. Probably my favorite. But so many of their albums are fantastic. I also love Nothing by them and Chaos Sphere. They're probably my top.
I've never heard of Meshuggah albums. I just heard Meshuggah's with some Jewish description. I'm not even sure what it means.
Yeah, it's like Yiddish for insane.
So if you do want to go to the lesbian arm wrestling tournament, Lucky is promoting this. Go check it out.
What's with the grip with the other hand? Is that the shocker?
It's a shocker, guy.
Right?
Oh yeah, dude. That's what they do.
It looks like a shocker grip.
Good Lord. But yeah, if you want to go support this, Lucky is sponsoring this event. I don't know how that logo got there, but it's there.
That wrist looks dumped too.
Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. Once again, Arm Gods, dude, go get on that app and then go check out this Triple Crown.
It's a stick flyer, by the way.
14th, 2025. Check it out, man. A lot of money on the line, cash prizes. So I imagine there's going to be some serious battles. So go check that out.
Did Marcus do those flyers? It looks like it.
Of course, dude. I'm sure he did. Look at that.
They're sick looking.
Amazing shit. Now I'm just like, fuck it. And I just have Marcus make shit for me. Like that. Terrorist.
Like that.
But also go support WSA, Greg Sharp.
Oh shit.
These are the trophies at his next event. He calls them gay bears. So if you'd like to win one of the gay bears at WSA, definitely go to his finals, go to all his events, because I believe these are going to be he has statues of these gay bears that are going out to everybody. It's going to be on ESPN, Tubi. It's going to be on fucking every third-rate channel that you can get it on that streams live. It's going to be on all those. Definitely check it out, though, dude. If you want to win a gay bear, get out there and support Greg Sharp. Should be good.
See, that's nice. See how we promote people?
We promote everybody. It doesn't matter if they hate us.
Same day as our event, you're still telling people to go out and win a bear.
Yeah, dude. Arm Gods hates us. We still promote them. Fucking Greg Sharp does a ban on Winter Blast. We're still promoting his gay bears. It is what it is, man. Fuck that guy. You see Nanya has a super match, dude? Couple super matches coming up.
Does he really?
Yeah. Dude, I happened to see the flyer and I was like, no way.
Interesting.
Are you going to show the flyer or
see if I can pull it up.
Mm.
I don't like to start trouble.
Oh, of course not.
But Nanya's got to fight Who's he going against? Let's see. Nanya versus his meth addiction. Coming soon. Check that out. And then what's his other match? Oh, Nanya versus AIDS. That's coming. Yeah. Some good one. I got a match against Ozempic coming up. See if I can win that one. Tough appointment. Tough opponent right there, dude. We'll see. We got Greg Sharp going up against banning athletes.
Oh no. It's a lot of G's.
Yeah. For real, dude. Got Tim Talmadge going against Scams. Supporting. I want to support all these guys that support us, you got to show support for these guys that are doing so much for the sport. I'm starting to agree. I think Greg Sharp did the right thing banning people. Like, fuck anyone who disagrees with you. If two people are going to disagree with you, you should ban an entire fucking promotions event and not let them come to your tournament. Fucking brilliant, Greg Sharp. I support Greg Sharp as much as I can because I know he did the right thing. Those 98 guys, and those Arm Gods guys are assholes.
You guys should get ban hammers for trophies.
Yeah.
If you win, you get banned, and you get the trophy, the ban hammer.
Dave brought up my original band video.
Mm-hmm.
So I may or may have not ordered some more bands to do a more in-depth version of that one. Soon. Coming soon. We'll see.
Yeah, you haven't had any dildo matches recently though either.
No, dude. I'm starting a new arm wrestling club called Dildo Knife, and it's only going to be training with dildos.
That's going to be a warm-up.
I got like that 18-inch black suction cup one, dude. And you suction cup that to the middle, and you grab that sucker. It's fucking gives you a workout, dude.
This is going
That's a big forearm pump.
Be a warm up for that could be a warm up for the tournament in St. Petersburg.
Neil said Nanya said the N-word on our podcast. He did on ours too. We had to ban him. We had to kick him off. Just like Eric Harlan, both of them said the N-word. And Nanya too went on a tirade against Jews, and we had to cut him off quickly. I don't know if there's a whole bunch of Jewish arm wrestlers, but there could be. But
there's several, and they're very good people.
Yeah, I'm sure. They can. At least we know they can afford their entry fees.
Gotta admit, there's one thing that Nanya managed to do that only two people have done in the last 50 years, which was got me to blow the fuck up.
Yeah.
And start yelling and screaming.
Who else should we say fuck off to this week? There's so many people on my list, but fuck the Walkers. Fuck those people. The Walker crime ring. Steve Walker.
Oh, Ryan, I actually wanted to ask you something.
Yeah.
I saw you guys put out like the 98 like the injury package thing.
We're working on it. Yes.
You're working on that?
So we didn't really get into detail of that, but we have. Yeah. So in our franchise, each franchise like kicks back like a percentage of stuff to 98. So that percentage is going to go into an account. And so we're getting a storm now. My God. Thunder and lightning. Anyway, before I lose power, so say someone breaks their arm in a 98 tournament. We're going to vote and have a set amount that we could send to anybody that breaks their arm. Like, let's just say for this conversation, it's $200. So if someone breaks their arm, we send them $200, a free shirt, and maybe like a letter, a get well soon letter. And, maybe this money can help a little bit, cover a bill or some food while you're struggling if you're out of work because of your injury.
Hand of blackjack or something.
Kind of like just a get well soon little package. Not really like insurance, but something to just say, hey, we're thinking of you. We're sorry that you got injured, and throw them a little bit of money. Maybe that money just covers their entry fees for another tournament when they get well. I don't know.
Yeah, something
to do to be nice and help them get back on their feet a little bit. I don't know what the amount will be. It depends.
Yeah, of course.
That account will grow as there's not an injury every day. So, and there's not an injury every tournament. So I'm hoping that will grow, and then we'll be able to do something nice for the pullers like that.
That's a good idea.
That's the whole goal of that whole incentive package. But a few people were like, "You're going to get sued," $200 FTG gift certificate. Yeah,
sued for what?
You're
what
like,
do you get sued for?
Hey, out of fucking 500 entries, you're the only one who broke your arm, pussy. Something like that. Be like, you must be the weakest motherfucker on earth because out of 500 entries at Winter Blast, you're the only guy that fucking broke his arm. What's wrong with you?
Hope you get better, you fucking loser.
Yeah, here, bitch. Here, take this money and go buy yourself a pocket pussy.
Throw it at him.
Fucking, yeah. Can you imagine just a nasty letter like, what the fuck's wrong with your bones? Why are they so weak? How dare you get hurt at my tournament? You're never welcomed again. Greg Sharp says you're banned. Dude, and we send him a gay bear fucking trophy. Dude, let's 3D print a whole bunch of gay bears. And every time someone breaks their arm, they get the gay bear award in the package as a get better,
And a copy of Arm Break.
Dude, or we just send them packets of things that are like, some calcium pills, some milk, like Metal saying, some milk, anything that's good for your bones, dude.
Some spoiled ass milk.
Hey, like the guy that broke his arm at Winter Blast 2 years ago, and I awarded him my 6 oxycodone.
Yeah, Dave's a drug dealer, dude. Dave's selling drugs to people, dude.
Here's a crippling opiate addiction.
Gave them away.
Candy Passmore's in the house, dude.
Sell them. I gave them away.
Candy.
Gave them away so we could get back to Vermont in less pain.
Let's show this. See what Candy thinks of this. Candy, did you see this flyer?
Oh shit!
For lesbians that Lucky's sponsoring. Yeah, Dyke Night, St. Pete's. Check out the Lesbian Arm Wrestling Tournament, 21 plus, Queer Expression, St. Pete's in collaboration with Dyke Night, St. Pete. So Saturday, June 14th. Oh, is that the same date as the Arm Gods thing? Oh my God, dude, that's competition. That's fucked up, Lucky. I don't know why you would do that.
A bunch of events that day.
I don't know why you would do that.
14th, that's
Keystone.
Day as Mac and Keystone.
And the lesbian pool, yeah.
Dude, crazy. You know what I'm nervous about is, so the Dragon Awards from Winter Blast are arriving at the Passmore house tomorrow morning. Man, do I hope they're not broken.
Who'd you ship them with?
Dude, what an ordeal that was. So I tried 100 different ways to wrap them and then finally settled in on, because if you wrap them too tight and you hit the box, they can break. So there has to be like a happy fucking medium where they can move a little but not a lot. So I tried a million different ways in a couple different boxes, finally got it, shipped it out. And then I get a message from one of the post office that they couldn't read part of the label or something. So I had to verify the address again. And so I verified it with Candy to make sure that it wasn't a typo. And they were like, okay. And they put the address in and then continued it on its way. So it said that she's getting it Saturday. So I'm like, man, I hope they're not broken. because when I shipped him out to Robbie Russell, he got him in a million pieces, and then Robbie fucking glued every single fucking piece back together and got them back together. I was like, damn.
Holy
It's
shit.
like a fucking puzzle or some shit, dude. Sue Fisher says, hi, Candy. We need to fuck up the lesbo. Yeah, dude. We should call her and just like be like, hey, that's not a very inclusive tournament. Only lesbians? What about non-lesbians and men? That's not fair.
Hey, and they didn't say, is it sit downs or is it, stand ups?
Steve Walker looks like a lesbian. Maybe he could get in. Fuck that guy. Hater. Fucking hater. Fucking hate people like that, dude. Just out there talking shit, hating on people. I don't like it. Stop it. You don't think that shit gets back to us? Fuck. Get out of here. But yeah, anyway. And Steve's lover, the lunch lady. Lana Jones. Not sure if that's an upgrade, but whatever.
Oh man. So how many trophies did you ship down to the Passmores?
2.
Okay.
In the same box.
Okay.
So we'll see. Hopefully they'll make it there.
Yeah. I ship stuff for a living, and yeah, sometimes shit gets busted.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Like obviously with what I do, I put in a lot of cameras, and sometimes I've put cameras in back when I did that kind of work. In a fucking facility where they ship stuff, and you see these assholes literally picking up a box that says fragile and chucking it onto the van.
Drop kicking it.
Or they have a giant garbage bag, clear, full of like electronics, and they throw that entire fucking bag into the van like it's a fucking sack of laundry, dude. And I'm like, geez.
All the like the wall mount cabinets that we ship out, like they have straps on them to keep them together, but we tape the straps down just so the drivers don't pick them up by the straps and then they snap and bust open. But they still come back mangled like somebody ran them over.
That poster was real. Yes, that poster was real. Fucking weird shit going on in Florida. Lesbian only tournament. Can you imagine if we threw something like that up here? Holy Christ. No, lesbians only.
Furries only.
You know how many guys up here would try to sneak in? Just try to identify as a lesbian? We don't have a problem with lesbians. But I don't know if there's enough lesbian arm wrestlers to have an arm wrestling fucking tournament. It's hard enough to get straight women to come to your tournament. When you narrow it down to lesbians only, I mean, Candy said she's going to do a live unboxing of it. So as she opens it, it could be all crumbled. And I'm going to be like, oh no, Paul's going to beat me up, dude.
It's going to be like Ace Ventura 1 where he's fucking doing cartwheels on it and slamming the box in the elevator doors.
Yeah. I mean, I have more dragons, so if those are broke, save the labels, and I'll try to ship 2 more down. Or when I come down, I'll bring them, or whatever. When you guys come up, whatever, we'll figure it out.
You ship them USPS?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones I sent to Robbie, I sent like through, I think I FedExed them or UPS'd them or something, and they still were broken. So
if it was FedEx, FedEx wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know for the tournament. She's at the tournament. That's right.
Yesterday, I delivered 2 shirts to out in Berks County because I had transposed 2 numbers. I addressed something to this guy at 15 Midway Road, Bethel, Pennsylvania. Now, Bethel is not exactly the crossroads of Pennsylvania. 15 Midway Road. He was actually at 51 Midway Road. Like come bouncing back, no such number, unable to forward. I said, what the fuck? You know, if there had been a house at 15, it would have been less than half a mile away. And it wasn't like Joe Jones or some name that, you know, it was Kerwin Echelon, which good old Dutchy name, but hey, there's not 72 million of them. It's like post office, what the fuck? So I was going to go out there for a couple of some shopping items. So I said, rather than try with these bozos again, I will hand deliver this. So I did.
Probably better off.
Candy said, so we are at Gulf Shores for the tournament. I'm pulling everything but 110. Paul is pulling 250 and recognizes that's a lesbian.
Damn.
Awesome, dude. So he could get into that tournament, dude. You know?
Yeah, just take a quick trip down there.
I want to know who did the flyer, dude. That's serious good work. Queer Expression Street. No, Queer Expression St. Pete's second annual lesbian arm wrestling tournament. Dude, this isn't even the first one. This isn't even the first Dyke night at St. Pete's. Wow. This has to be like some kind of you know, maybe they have a lot of lesbians that go there to their Queer Expression Dyke night.
Where did you find that flyer?
A whole bunch of non-arm wrestling lesbians going at it. I would imagine.
Was that on Facebook or where did you find that?
It was on Facebook.
There's got to be an event for it then, right? An event page.
Yeah. What are you looking up? A flight to Florida?
Yeah. You want to go?
Fucking right. Let's go, dude. I want to compete in it, dude. Fucking,
I got some extra miles I could use.
Yeah. Are you going to that one in New Jersey? I think Shell's going to it. The one at Black Betty's.
Oh, I just saw that the other day. Yeah.
It's kind of a strip club situation.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was looking at. I was like, wait a minute, what is this?
Yep. Yeah,
I wasn't going to go because I was like, dude, that's like not
going to be there, and she
the direction that we want the sport to go in, kind of. But I love Pedro and those guys, so I kind of want to go.
I got to look at that one more.
Hey, Stephanie has a match there, and when I told her it was a strip club, she said, "I'm going to see if they will let me see if I can do pole tricks."
Are they going to put the tables up on the stage while the girls are dancing? That might be a problem.
Yeah, I want to go to support those guys, and I think Sue was saying she might too, but I was on the fence about it because I'm like, man, you know, some of the stuff we're trying to do with the AUA and 98 and this and that kind of like trying to push away from that kind of a tournament.
Yeah.
But I still want to support those guys because I think they're good dudes. They come to our stuff. But, you know, a lot of guys have said they can't go because they're like, my wife's not going to let me go to a fucking strip club.
Yeah.
Or whatever it is, you know, go club or whatever. Candy would fit in right there, dude, with fucking the other strippers there, their stripper names. Candy's like, no, that's not my stripper name. That's my real name. She'd be arguing with the strippers.
All right, fellas, I think I'm going to hop off. My phone is winding down here. Doing some heavy research there.
Ooh, Martin, dude, look at that. Martin in the house, dude.
Oh,
It's about fucking time, you son of a bitch. You haven't been on in years. But I hear you're going to Latimer's practice Sunday. I'm going to try to make it.
All right.
And so is Randy. And so is Dave Shell. No, Dave's not. Sue's going to try to come too.
Yeah, that's a good place to go to see you.
No, I've ordered some morning, and I've already been invited to the one up in Wilkes-Barre for the afternoon.
Yeah.
Pittston.
Well, I'm going because Latimer's letting us film any super matches we want to film at his practice. So when we start rolling out the Arm Gods Ultimate Arm Wrestler, some of our smaller table trauma ones might be there. But for the most part, table trauma is at our tournaments. So we'll see what happens with that. Big Rig Eric in the house. Randy, I'm sorry. If you have to go, dude, I'm sorry these assholes interrupted your
That's all good.
your departure.
Nah.
My stripper ex-wife worked down by LAX. Nice.
Eric, you're looking bigger.
He's just closer to the camera.
That's it. That's all it is, honestly. I just had my first workout in like a week. In a week, yeah.
Eric, would you go to this?
I mean, what's a lesbian by definition?
That's not my place to say.
I think I qualify as a lesbian, right?
I don't think they'd let you in, but would you go support the event?
Probably not.
I don't know what kind of place it's in, but it doesn't sound safe. Doesn't sound safe for men.
I'll catch up with you guys.
Hey, Randy, thanks for coming on, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Hey, White Wolf, what's up?
All right. How's everything?
Or can't get bigger. His size is maxed out. If he's any bigger, then he is using mods.
I'm just getting started. I'm on a new level. Oh.
Candy said, I'm the opposite of a stripper. I have the name Candy. Like, what the fuck?
Oh, boy.
I'm going to be fresh for Sunday.
Yeah, I'm back. What Sunday?
Oh, just Latimer's practice.
Yeah. I got to make one. I want to make it out to one of those. I want to hit up more practices this year.
Yeah, I want to start doing more practices. I want to go to Team Predator whenever I'm available to do so. Go back to High Five, do some practicing there.
Dude, Team Predator is a bunch of predators.
That's why Ryan is on our phone chain.
Let's see. Diabolical Billy. Oi, Crybaby Army. Billy's AG app.
Dave,
any last bone puller crying over a snapped nail. Send your SOB stories, your sob stories. I'll wipe the chalk off my arse with them. I don't do hugs, sunshine. I bury egos. Nice. Diabolical Billy always has some like a lot of diabolical things to say.
Yeah, he's living up to his name.
Yeah. So 98's going to be using all Mac tables from now on.
Wait, what? Really?
No, I'm just kidding. But it sounded good.
Yeah, since we invested in the.
All right, look. I am a Mac supporter, but it's a different table. I don't think 98 should do that. You can run tournaments that have Mac tables. That'd be cool.
We could, but we're so we're just a different thing. So, and what they're trying to do is different, and I like that they're doing something different, and I think they should stick with it. But I don't think they should try to get other leagues to do it. I think Mac should just stay Mac, and do their own thing, because
I mean,
I don't want to see them water it down by letting other promotions do their table. You know what I mean? I feel like they should just own that fucking brand.
No,
I was
I agree with that.
I was on the phone with some of them the other night, and they were like, "Hey, if you guys start doing the the table trauma and the ultimate arm wrestler with arm gods, they're like, we'll work with you guys too if you want to have some of that lead to a MAC event maybe, and have some of the arm gods ones cross fucking promote each other."
I saw the
Like,
post. That's
absolutely,
that
dude.
is sick. That is amazing.
Yeah.
But it would. I would say it would be cool if you guys could host like a MAC event further down, like in Virginia or something.
What do you guys
Because
think of
currently,
Gilly versus Riker at East versus West 18?
Riker, that's the young guy that's been tearing up, right?
Yeah.
From Australia. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, he's
Yep.
he's crazy strong. He is crazy strong.
I don't know. I'm looking forward to Alan Ford getting a 3-0.
My boy Alan,
Yeah.
is his foot healed up enough to be able to pull this off?
Wow. I don't know. Nah.
Dude, when Alan's like, I won 3-0, and I'm like, I disagree, Alan.
Yo, man, yo. Yo.
I don't think you did win 3-0, Alan. I was watching, and didn't look like 3-0 from where I was sitting. Oh, man.
Okay.
Martin, what's new, dude? When's the last time you went to practice? Was it Latimer's?
Definitely Latimer's.
You son of a gun.
He's getting influence. He shaved the head.
Yep.
I got stronger, so that's good. Practicing with some beasts like Kevin and Latimer and the rest.
There's a strong team down here, man.
Yeah.
I'll be there Sunday, I think. I'm gonna try to make it there Sunday.
Yeah, it's like a nice relaxing ride. It's like an hour and a half away for me.
Yeah.
We'll
That's not
stop
bad.
somewhere on the way.
It's not bad if you have the time.
Yeah.
I always have the time for arm wrestling.
Plus, it's cool that his practice is later in the day, so it's like you don't have to leave at 6 a.m. to make it there. It's 1:30, you know?
Yeah.
Huh? What? Oh yeah, 1 sec. I'll be back.
Mom's like, I heard one of those guys curse. I don't want you on that filthy show. Anyway.
I came up with an ultimate prompt for creating characters.
What is it?
Oh, I'll have to send it to you. But it made like
so
shit. Many crazy characters.
What was that? It's got some crazy screen, dude.
Uh-oh.
Oh, anyway, go on.
Oh,
what's the what kind of prompt are you typing in?
It's a long one. It's giving me it's trying to stay away from things that don't look real, like Uncanny Valley. So anything that's Uncanny Valley, it doesn't show. So everything has to look 100% real.
Nice.
So it comes up with really good characters. I even made Devin in it. I gotta find it.
Old Devin.
I was in Tampa Bay, Florida, wearing my Max shirt. I had 2 people walk up to me on the beach. I was on the beach in the Max shirt and just take a picture. Like, didn't even ask, just took a picture and walked away.
Were you like, hey,
yeah,
that's $5, dude?
I should have done.
Oh
that.
shit, dude, that does look real.
I think they just literally just read the arm wrestling, like they read arm wrestling champion work. They're gonna go try to find me on Google or something. They're gonna be disappointed.
Real, dude.
There's some crazy people down there.
Do you think they think you're someone else?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't even think they know anything about arm wrestling. Yeah, one was like a scrawny old dude, and the other was like a kid. But I did find a Hulk Hogan statue, so that was pretty cool.
You did?
Yeah. Posted on my story.
That's cool.
Yeah, I think he's a little too. The statue's a little too big. So I don't think. Yeah.
What is going on?
Well, your dog's going AWOL.
On the computer.
I just sent you the prompt, Brian.
You're getting hacked.
Maybe that's why I was freaking out. No, StreamYard's like frozen on my end. I gotta wait. I can't do anything right now. Just a spinning wheel. But anyway, what do you got coming up, guys? What's the next event you guys are attending?
Mac Challenger Series.
Yep.
I don't know how that's gonna go. I have never been. How do you say? I'm just going blind into this.
Yeah.
There's no video. There's no video where I can. How do you say, of Richard that I can find of him being in a war. It's only him getting.
Has some crazy plans coming up. Like in the future that they haven't even announced yet, which is pretty cool.
Some of the match, Eric?
What's that?
Eric, you have a match?
Yeah, I have a match.
Are you? So is it difficult when you can't find footage on your opponent?
It is.
Like, fuck.
Honestly, it is because like the tactical approach doesn't work anymore. So you don't know like how to prepare if you're going against if the guy's a top roller or a hooker.
Yeah.
Or
Just be
like,
strong
you have no
everywhere.
idea. So he could be strong everywhere. He could only be strong in the hook. You have no idea. I kind of have an idea, but the only videos I have is from Arm Gods Valhalla series.
Yeah.
And he wins 3-0 against one guy, and then he loses to Sean Weber. And he didn't have a lot for Sean Weber, which, I mean, Sean Weber's a pretty bad dude.
Am I frozen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, that's just great.
So
There's nothing I can do.
I wish I could find like a video of him being in a war.
Yeah.
Because that really exposes like where your weaknesses are.
Well, there's nothing I can do. I'm just frozen.
I can hear you now.
Martin froze me.
I froze?
You froze me, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, we have lost the host.
I didn't do anything to freeze him, but I guess
He's getting hacked. But who's Eric Harlan's hacking him? Yo, Metal, stop with the mac and cheese, man. I'm hungry, bro. I want some good mac and cheese now. Bruh. I don't know.
Eric, I'm going to probably be ready to have a match in the next year and a half.
One sec.
Hmm?
What did you say?
I'll probably be ready to have a match in about a year and a half.
All right. With me?
It doesn't matter. I'm actually super heavyweight right now.
Yeah, same.
They're probably not a super
I'm
heavyweight as he is.
I'm 245 pounds right now. I'm in super heavyweight.
All right. Yeah,
He'll still see your 245 and raise you 100.
I try to weigh myself today, and the scale just tried to say spell my name, but it just went It couldn't add I or C at the end, just. All right, bad joke, but yeah.
Yeah, I gained too much weight. I gained like 20 pounds the last couple of months.
I don't know how much I get. I think I'm sitting at like 370s, high 370s.
But it looks good on you because you're so tall. So
I think no. Yeah, like it looks good to me. I looked a lot better when I was like 350. But I was at a wedding, and then I went to Florida on vacation. So you're eating every single day.
yeah, but
Eating a
you're
lot.
gaining muscle as well, so it could be muscles just as much.
Yeah.
You're in the right sport to gain muscles. So
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Diabolical Billy. I'd highlight that, except until Ryan gets back, I can't. But Diabolic Billy's called Mac because the Crippler's been on more Big Macs than Trump on a buy one, get one 20 free coupon. Speaking of Trump, it's too bad we don't have Ted coming on tonight to tell me that I'm a liberal like he did last week. But Roy Baker wants to know, how tall are you, Eric?
I'm 6'6", or 198 centimeters. Or are you still stuck in the metric system?
Which is basically everybody in the world except us, Liberia, and I think there might be some other small country somewhere.
Okay, hold up. Oh no. Okay. I almost said Canada, but this is what's weird about Canada. They use pounds, but then they use centimeters for measurements, kilometers.
I thought Canada was metric. I mean, they have a Canadian dollar instead of pound sterling, but I thought they were metric. I don't know if Yakimovich was on; he could still clear us up, but whatever.
Yeah, what happened to him? Where is he? Why is he not hopping on? I miss Yak.
I don't know, he was on a while ago, and then he kind of vanished after telling us how wonderful he was. But I don't know. I guess the dog really needs to be let out tonight, right, Ryan? Oh, there he is.
No, my computer froze. I had to reboot my entire computer. That's some bullshit right there, dude.
Yeah.
No. Shut off. It shut off.
Theory.
Everything. Jeez.
Dave, did Kyle go to Greece?
Yes.
Easily?
Yeah, I don't know if he's still there, but he said, 15 days in Greece. Yep.
He's having a good time seeing his stories.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, he is over there, whatever, sunning himself on the beach or whatever it is he's doing. But
I need a vacation myself. I just changed to 4 days working from home, 1 day into work.
Mm-hmm. Metal has discovered your problem, Ryan.
What is it?
Got to clean the cum out of the keyboard.
Oh, yeah, dude. You're telling me. I feel like I'm fucking typing on fucking Frosted Flakes.
Well, maybe that's my problem too. I have discovered that the M and the R, I really have to work on it. When I type the M, it wants to hit comma, which is right next door. I have to hit R rather vigorously for it to, probably because I typed R too much to type Ryan.
Me, it's my my shift key looks worn out and my A key. The rest are holding up, but those two look like they're worn down a bit.
Maybe just get a custom keyboard.
Yeah.
Get somebody to build you a custom keyboard.
Oh, my dog's freaking out from the thunderstorm, though. I probably do have to let her out.
Bad weather over there?
She'll just run right back in.
Right.
Is it coming my way?
Damn right, Metal.
I play video games.
You guys know that 2% of the dust in your house is dried semen. You go to a hotel, you're inhaling at least 2% of dry semen. That stuff dries on the blankets and it turns to dust, and it's in the air we're all breathing someone's dry semen, which is disgusting.
Cool, extra protein.
When they say the least clean thing in a hotel is the remote control.
Dude, from the day that I heard that there's dry semen in the dust in the air, I started taking deeper breaths. You know,
I knew it.
just for that reason, Eric, for the extra protein, dude.
Yep.
Bought some Metamucil today. Gonna start force feeding Metamucil. 98 Antietam in the house, dude. One of our franchisees down in the southern regions of Maryland. Not really.
What are you, Josh?
That's Josh and Colby are our guys down there. So yeah. Breathe through your nose, not your mouth. That's smart.
You joined the podcast after 11.
What time is it? Oh yeah, 11:06. So maybe we gotta bring down crazy time from 12 to 11.
Honestly, it doesn't even matter. It's just crazy all from the start.
No, we had Christina Casto on earlier. It went pretty well, talking about what she does down there. You know, not too crazy in the beginning. Can't be crazy in front of the women, you know.
Yeah, who's Christina Stull-Casto though?
So she runs Casto Arm Wrestling down in West Virginia. Throws a lot of tournaments there. She's been in the sport like probably longer than you've been alive. But really, really cool lady. And she was one of the women that was on the Lucky Ones podcast for a while.
Okay.
But she has since walked away from that drama, you know. But yeah, really nice lady, had her on. Sweetheart. So it was good to have her on.
Yeah.
So that went pretty well. Then as soon as she left, I was like, fuck everybody, let's talk shit now. Especially about Martin. Martin, listen, buddy. Listen. You need to start going consistently to practice because you need to level up faster than your timeline. Your timeline for world domination is too long. I could be dead tomorrow. I need you to focus.
I do.
Okay, good. Just
on
check.
my timeline.
Yeah. I'm trying to set you up with a super match with Eric here. Eric, do you want a super match with Martin?
I'll take it.
I know, but Martin won't. He says he's not ready to do super matches.
A year and a half.
Come on.
Look.
How about a private one that's just like only on OnlyFans?
I get hit up
Maybe
a lot of guys on Facebook.
Oh, I bet. Dude,
a lot of guys.
Do you know how many, if I told you how many people reach out to me on a daily basis for super matches?
No,
it's great. It's fucking insane.
I believe it. I get
dude, and then like some of these guys set up their own super match and reach out to me and they're like, hey, I'm pulling this guy at your event in this. And I'm like, what?
And then they decide, and then it gets better. And then they decide, oh, well, gee, maybe I'll do it in that one instead. So get me another one because I want to go to that one. So they go to that one. But the guy they were going to pull said, well, wait a minute. Ours, 98, is much closer to my home than that one that you wanted me to go to. So then they come back to us and say, oh, okay.
Now we're doing it at your event. And I'm like, well, now you're pissing off the other promoter and he's going to think we did that.
So we had to tell the other.
We had to like fix all that, dude. I'm like, Jesus, fuck.
And this was just within the last 48 hours?
Yeah.
Hold up, wait, what?
Yeah, dude, and we haven't even advertised that we're doing super matches at that event yet.
Nice.
It's like, well, goddamn, dude.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, they know where to have a super match. They know it's on your platform.
This is
Yeah, we're gonna our August event. We're gonna do some super matches. Mikey's bringing up some people from Florida, so they're gonna do some matches against some of our guys up here. That'll be cool. We're doing a whole first timers kind of thing earlier in the day, and then we'll start our regular tournament at normal time. Basically, we're taking what we normally do novice and adding some classes to it and just doing it earlier to try to drum up some new pullers. You know what I mean? Get some new pullers out there. We're getting some badass medals that are gonna go to everyone, including the first timers. Should be good. And like I said, Mikey's coming up here to collaborate on this with us. So Mikey Oliva from Pro Gear Arm Wrestling will be up here doing brackets.
Right. I got a question.
Yes.
Has anybody asked you to get up for a super match with me?
Not specifically with you, but people are just like, I'll pull anyone. Here's my name. We did like a sign up sheet, dude, and I thought just a few people would sign up, dude. Like it ended up being a ton of people who signed up for the super matches. So that was kind of cool.
Hey, can you highlight Mike's real quick? Can you highlight Mike?
What do you want me to do?
Just highlight the comment, the latest comment.
Just when I was leaving novice.
Listen, this guy gives me trouble at practice.
Yeah.
I pull pro now with my right.
Yeah.
He gives me trouble at practice.
And he's still pulling novice? Oh, naughty Mike. No, I'm kidding.
No. He pulled novice. No, he pulled novice at Winter Blast. And so Mike.
Did he crush it?
Oh, yeah, he crushed it. He absolutely crushed it.
Nice.
Here's why he crushed it. Mike is a strong guy. However, at the time, he was struggling at the technical side of arm wrestling. So, yeah, he was still a novice, and that's all respect. He came into the sport already pretty strong. What do you expect? Big ass Belarusian. Makes sense. Novice. Sorry. I'm black. Oh, my God. Oh, okay.
Dude, are you smoking weed for your first time? What's going on here? Are you drunk?
I
remember my first beer.
I drove 12 hours from Tampa Bay, and I'm absolutely wasted or shot from it. I don't know what you want to call it. Quit.
We'll finish it.
Mike needs to skip amateurs and just go to semi-pro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you know what? You know what though? I disagree, and I'm going to say why. Because it's a tournament. Like let him go. Let him do the right steps because it's all experience. You know what I'm saying? It's more experience with refs with ready goes. It's more experience. He'll win a couple medals if he crushes AMs. He'll place first place. That'll help his score on Aries, stuff like that. I would let him follow the steps because it's it's a lot of experience before you get to semi-pro.
Maybe I just want a little too much for Mike.
Yeah, well, I'm sure because he's your teammate and you like him and he's strong. So of course you're like, bro, you're past that point. But even though he is, dude, let him pull AMs and then let him do semi-pro too in the same fucking tournament. Fuck it. See where he's at, But I would definitely let him get the experience. Oh, Candy's in the dark. Oh my God.
Hey, Candy.
There's no light.
Holy Lord.
All right, hold on.
Candy's home, but there's no light on.
No, we're not home. We're at Gulf Shore.
That's right.
Where's that?
You guys having fun?
Right.
Where's Ego Shore?
Do you see how sunburned I am?
Yeah, I saw you guys having fun at the beach and stuff and pool and stuff and whatever. Cool.
Yeah, we're pulling the tournament in the morning. It starts at 12.
Yeah.
Paul is pulling. So there's no light on the balcony. So I'm in here.
Paul's pulling as a
we're
lesbian?
pulling. I'm pulling as a lesbian. Let's be honest. So that's what I'm pulling. There are a couple ladies that are showing up that didn't know we were coming, and I'm pulling.
Right.
Paul, you're pulling 230. Paul's pulling 230 and 250.
As lesbian or as a man?
Congratulations on the windfall.
Paul is pulling as a lesbian for left, and then as a normal human being for right.
Well, listen, if those dragons are broken, don't show Paul.
Look, if they show up tomorrow, we don't get home till Monday, so
Yeah.
we won't even
I
know.
get my ass kicked if they're broken.
No, so the Elletons are on their way here. They should be here literally within the next 10 minutes.
Oh, nice.
Right, hold on.
All right.
I have a confession. I have a confession to make.
Uh-oh.
What's poppin', player? Hey, listen, I have a confession to make.
Yeah.
I'm a lesbian trapped in a man's body.
I always had that feeling, and that's why I felt we had a good connection. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, I am. I just,
Did he slip his finger in your butthole at any time?
Dude, he kept saying it was an accident. He kept saying it was an accident.
Oh my god.
Well, I was.
He told me he was just.
I was putting lotion on my head. I was putting lotion on my head and I fell. I tried to catch myself.
He checked your oil.
He just checked my oil. That's all.
He was a quart low.
Oh man.
What's up, Big Rig?
What's up, Paul?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Big Rig, girlfriend.
Hey,
parent.
listen, you're pulling that cat that beat Lariat, aren't you?
Oh wait. Oh no.
Don't you have a super match for that guy that beat Devin? He was on the show last week. His
Logan?
name's eluding me right.
No.
Yeah. Logan.
No.
Aren't you pulling Logan?
He's pulling Vladimir.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad.
Yeah.
That'd be a good match for you, though.
He's pulling Latimer, and then he's pulling Wayne Withers.
Yeah, we saw that.
Have you ever pulled Logan?
Yeah,
Eric?
I lost him on right Winter Blast.
Okay, all right.
That was my right after Mac 3. So,
have you pulled him, Paul?
I wanted to. We were going to do a little bit after pulling, and we didn't. There's too many people on the table, and we didn't end up getting on there together. I was looking forward to doing a little after pulling with him, though.
Yeah.
Don't know how strong he is. He's clearly strong. He's very strong.
All right, but Eric, because you're the whatever.
Wait, let me answer.
What do you see, Riker and Dilly?
Oh, that's East versus West. I can't pick the between.
Yeah,
I know.
Wallace Dilly versus Riker Borman. That's going to be a good one. I've pulled both of them and felt very inadequate, actually.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, man. I can't wait to see
Both
it.
of them are
Yeah.
They both outweigh me about 100 pounds, but they were both exceptionally strong individuals.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm very excited to see that one. Those are two names we're probably going to be seeing a lot here in the near future.
Yeah.
I think having pulled both of them, I felt slightly more inadequate against Riker than I did Dilly. I could slow him down. I slowed Dilly down a little bit. Riker, that guy was ridiculous.
Yeah.
That should be a good one, though. That they were close. I'd see. Riker, he beat Ron, then he beat Marcio, then he beat me, then he beat Cody all in a row while smiling and talking to everybody.
No, Dilly.
No, Riker. After I pulled the
Knuckles up.
No, Dilly is the one that beat all.
Yeah, no, Dilly beat me at
Dilly beat all of y'all.
Dilly beat us in Utah, and then Riker beat us when we were up there in New Jersey for the Knuckles Up.
Yeah,
that's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he beat He beat Marcio worse than Dilly did too.
Yeah.
He actually just looked. He made it look effortless with all of us. Of course, it was after pulling.
Yeah.
When we were all pulling with Reichard, but it was
Reichard's one leg is bigger than like around his paw.
Yeah, that,
like his one leg. He's the most humble human being ever.
Yeah, he's a
but
sweetheart.
his one leg is bigger around than Paul's body.
He was a professional rugby player. I want to say for a South African team.
He's like, oh, I got into He's like, I got into arm wrestling. Like,
yeah, he's a freak athlete.
He was like, are you Mrs. Passmore? And I was like, yeah, I'm the Mrs. And he's like, I just have mad respect for you. Like, you are amazing. Like, he is such a sweet, humble person.
Yeah, did you see when he shouted out to his parents after Knuckles Up and he got
Yes.
I was like,
I know.
I think everybody in the room got a little teary-eyed.
Yeah, we all got teary-eyed.
I don't even have emotions, and I got a little bit teary-eyed.
He's talking like that to his mama. Yeah, I started crying. I was crying.
Yeah, he is an amazing. He's a kid. I mean, he's literally a kid.
Yeah, I think he's like 21 or something like that.
Yeah. He's like, oh, I just. He's are you Paul Passmore?
He's like Big Rig. He's just a freaking monster of a young man.
Yeah.
He grew so big.
But super nice. Like super nice.
Genetically gifted.
He's like, are you Paul Passmore? And he talked to Paul. And then I walked over there because we were waiting on the bus thing. And he's like, who are you? And I was like, Candy Passmore. I'm Paul Passmore's wife. He was like, pleasure to meet you, ma'am. Oh my God, it's such a pleasure to meet you. And I was like, oh my God, you are like the most amazing human being I've ever met in my life.
It's only because he doesn't know you yet. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
when I was
I mean, I could beat him toe wrestling. I couldn't beat him. I'm not even saying leg wrestling anymore or arm wrestling. I'm just going to do toe wrestling from now on.
When I started crying, I tried to.
But yeah, he's a good kid.
I was like, "Who the hell's cutting an onion?"
You know, the thing is, yeah, I honestly like Daniel and Henry. I hope, honestly, me and Paul both were like, we hope both of our kids are like him. Like he is just so genuinely very humble, very nice, very respectful. He did call me ma'am, and I know I'm going to be 43, but like I'll be 44, right, Paul? I'll be 44.
You know what really sucks is
I'm not a ma'am. I'm not a ma'am.
He called me ma'am too.
Yeah, well, because you're a lesbian, so
I know.
I just like he's honestly the most respectful. I mean, he was like, yeah, and he was talking to Paul. And he's like, yes, I've watched your videos. I played rugby and like blah blah blah, and I just got into the sport, and I'm like. Sitting on the waiting on the bus thing, whatever, and I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I hope our boys are like him. Like I just want our boys to be like him.
Yeah.
Like he is so respectful. And so it breaks my heart, honestly, because Dilly went through everybody in Utah, including Paul. And then to partner him with Reichard, which I love. I feel like he's my oldest son.
Yeah.
And it's like, the fuck.
See, I always hope that my daughter grows up to be like Paul.
So you just.
I hope your daughter grows up to be like me.
I want her to be a lesbian, though, so that I don't have to worry about boys.
Well, tell Jen we can be lesbians and we can say we have like kids.
Well, here comes the thunder. The thunder's back. The storm has reached us that was down at Casto's house. Yeah,
I know it's lightning out here. That's why I couldn't.
Kenny, how do
Yeah,
you
it's
feel,
lightning
how do
out
you
here
feel about
too.
Lucky sponsoring that lesbian tournament?
We had a
You know, let's be honest. So and Ryan knows this, but we didn't post that we were coming down here because when we post when we're going to a tournament, people duck us.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm badass, but
That
people
seems to be
duck
a
us.
thing in this sport. That
So even at our own, even at our own Georgia State tournament, like I weighed in at 130 and I had to pull 200 plus,
That's crazy.
which I won, but still, like that's all that showed up. So we didn't even tell Sean that's running the tournament, nothing. We were like, we're just gonna go down there for vacation.
Does he know
show
you're
up?
down there now, or?
Oh yeah, he was like, the fuck? And we were like, yeah, we're here. And he was like, yes, Henry is gonna get me views.
Yeah, he is. He definitely is, dude. That's
Yeah.
the family star right there.
Yes. Like Henry's like, yeah, sign me up for every weight class. And Sean was like, Henry, I got you. So anyway, so tomorrow at noon. So so it's 1:00 our time. Yeah. So 1:00 y'all's time, Ryan, because we're CST here.
Yeah.
The venue is fucking amazing. Like they have a foam party, everything. Like it's amazing.
That's awesome.
So anyway, Henry's gonna pull whatever. Daniel is gonna pull the teen class left.
Oh my god. That
And
makes
then
me
he's gonna
nervous.
pull I know he's gonna pull pro right.
Oh my god, dude. Don't let him do it.
How old is Daniel?
I'm just kidding. He'll be all right. He knows his own body.
Yeah, so he's gonna pull youth whatever left hand, but then
How's he
he's gonna
feeling?
pull pro right.
How's
He feels
feeling?
okay. We go back June 18th.
God.
So we go back the 18th.
Dude, that makes me so nervous.
Tell me about it.
Well, hey, tell him good luck. Tell him good
Yeah,
luck.
I lost that argument.
Tell him to be safe. Yeah.
Just so we know, I lost that argument.
Oh, dude, with a teenager telling him not to do something dangerous.
He's like, Mom, I'm good. I'm good. And I was like,
famous last words.
Yeah, he's like, I'm gonna pull left. And I said, no, you can hold the peg left.
Yeah.
You can pull right. Okay, what if I pull teens left? And he looked at Paul, and Paul was like, you can pull teens left.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, lesbian be honest. There's probably not gonna be any teens.
Yeah.
But so if he's
definitely
warranted,
put up a fight against him.
Yeah. And then I have a couple people that are showing up that didn't know I was going to be here, but I'm pulling every weight class. So it's 110, 125, 140, 150, one whatever. So I'm pulling all the weight classes except for 110.
Nice. Is Lucky down there?
And don't know because Michael Nance heart emojied. So I'm wondering.
Ooh.
But there was a bunch of girls in bikinis that signed up today. So, you know, there's that.
Well, that's always good.
Really nice. I'm just tired.
I'm tired too. I've been out in the fucking sun all fucking day.
I was 4 days.
No, tan line. I have major tan line. I'm roasted. We're just waiting on the Elletons to get here so we can go to bed.
I wore a long sleeve and I used a lot of sunscreen when I was in Florida. I don't like getting sunburned.
I'm just waiting to
So,
log out and not come back.
so Paul this morning, he had one job. They were going to walk to Alvin's Island, whatever. It's literally a 3-minute walk from our condo. And I said, okay, get snorkel, goggles, whatever. Be sure you get sunscreen for Henry. He burns on his ears, his cheeks, whatever. I said, be sure you get sunscreen. He comes back with like 5 pair of goggles, whatever.
No,
Guess what he forgot?
did he get burned up?
Oh, hold on.
You forget sunscreen one time and people want to label you.
Henry, here, look at Uncle Ryan. I can't move.
Oh no! You forgot the sunscreen.
Yeah.
That was all me.
Yeah, Paul shit the bed on that assignment.
That's funny.
Hey,
Yeah, Henry can't hardly move. He's so sunburned.
That was one of my least proud moments.
Yep, your least proud moment.
Yep.
Well, he's still going to get a lot of views. So.
Henry, come here. Tomorrow, look, come talk to Uncle Ryan.
On be as strong as I can and go.
Yeah. You got this, man. I'll be cheering you on.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hey,
you're a future animal.
All right. Tell him a joke while you're on here.
Ooh.
How many of y'all heard the fish joke?
What fish joke?
Okay, good. What did a fish say when he hit the wall?
What did he say?
Damn.
yeah.
And that's the test score.
That's my boy.
That's the kind of jokes Eric still tells.
Yeah.
They didn't
he can't.
I can't wait to see him screaming during the tournament. That shit
Oh my God.
So awesome.
Henry, you know the game slam.
So, like, he has our skin tone. Like, we just tan, we don't burn. Like, Danielle, Paul, me, our niece. Henry always burns around his ears and on his face. And that's what happened today.
Yeah. Well, tell him to take that
I
out
was
on
just
his
telling
opponent.
Put sour cream on it. Put sour
Yeah.
cream on
Tell
the
them it got dusted to the second of the.
What'd you do?
I was cutting Henry's fingernails, and while I was cutting his fingernails, I farted, and it was wretched. I didn't know
It hurt his sunburn.
you could almost see it. It was bad.
Oh my God.
It's like, man, that's gonna itch when it dries.
Yeah. The next, I've got another one, bro. I'm gonna sneak in the bedroom there with Daniel and my niece and release it.
Oh
Nice.
my God.
Nice.
Yeah. Good. Nothing like a dad fart, you know.
Yeah, right. White Wolf says, great to see your kids in the sport.
Yeah. It's really cool. My whole family does it.
Well, and I don't know if Sean's going to have a live feed tomorrow, whatever. We talked to him tonight. He had no clue we were here. And he was like, oh my God, y'all are here. And we were like, yeah. And he said, this is amazing. And I got to pick out Carly's wedding dress, and they're getting married July 18th. In Key West, and she doesn't have a wedding dress and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I got to do all that. But so it's an amazing venue, and it's on like this big stage. Like, it's going to be amazing.
That's great. I'll be watching. If there's a live feed, I'll be watching it.
I know. I need to find out from Sean. They went to the Pink Pony Pub. That's where we went last night. Not Pink Pony Club, Pink Pony Pub.
There's a strip joint in Atlanta called the Pink Pony.
We know that pub.
Somebody told me.
Somebody told you.
Yeah.
Asshole. Anyway, love you guys. We're getting off here. Ryan, if there's a live feed, I'll message you tomorrow.
Thank you. Good luck,
All right.
guys.
Love y'all.
See ya. Love you guys.
Bye.
Fuck those guys. You
Hey,
gotta
be
love
nice.
you gotta love the Passmores, man. The whole family into the sport. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Waiting for Henry's for the next Henry video to drop.
Yeah. The next Henry video, dude. Fucking going more viral than Devin.
You gotta put some aloe on the burns, though.
Yeah, sour cream iron. You know.
I'm not going to comment on a child on this podcast.
Sour cream on everything.
You know what my answer would be to put on it.
Yeah. That's why.
Anyway.
That's why you have to stay 500 feet away from schools.
Right. Yeah. No, they're a great family, though. And they are the Georgia 98 representatives of 98 down there. So pretty cool, man.
Yeah, I drove through Georgia a couple hours ago.
Should have stopped in and fucking hit a practice.
Yeah. I wanted to go on and type in a Florida arm wrestling chat and see who's running an arm wrestling practice in Florida, in Tampa Bay area. But I felt like I wanted a break.
I can send you that.
What did you say?
Tampa Bay, Venice. Bob Sowick, formerly of Beast Mode, New Jersey, is in that area. Jerry, whatever Jerry the dentist's name was.
Bob moved down there, yeah.
Josh Alpha is with them too.
Ooh, dude, you got to go pull Josh Alpha. You won't. You will be like, how is this little tiny fucker so strong?
Oh, tiny dude.
Yeah, Josh.
Not really tiny.
Look, I'm not surprised.
He's tiny compared to you.
I'm not surprised by tiny.
And a lesbian.
Josh is on Instagram, but not Facebook. Now, Sowick's on Facebook. I'll send you Sowick's.
I'm in Kentucky now. I'll be on my way to. But yeah, I appreciate it. The Arm Gods app. I'm still figuring it out. I'm still figuring it out, but
you see, Nanya has 2 super matches coming up, dude.
Nanya's back.
Yeah, he's got a super match against his meth addiction.
Oh my god!
And then he's got a super match against AIDS.
No. Oh,
that's terrible.
Yo. Oh, look at this.
Not as exciting as mine against Ozempic.
Is that why you're looking skinnier?
No, I don't take that shit, dude. If I took that shit, I wouldn't be fat as I am now.
Honestly, I think if you ever took that, you'd just stay the same because you'd just start eating more.
Yeah, I don't know what it would do to me, really.
Imagine a skinny Ryan Grondin.
I used to be skinny, dude. I used to be skinny.
I have not.
Long ago.
So was I at one
point. I was never skinny.
Actually, I thought he was closer to St. Pete. This actually is about 2 hours away.
Dude, when I met my wife, I was 180.
I don't know if there was somebody in the area.
Yeah.
I haven't been 180 since high school.
Dude, I haven't been 180 since elementary.
Since never. Since birth. He was born 180.
Yeah.
Oh, Eric, I'm making coquilleta and grechna kasha tomorrow.
The fuck is that?
Yeah.
Hey, bless you.
It's
Gesundheit.
It'd be like cutlet patties. I'm guessing from chicken.
You've tried it, right?
Oh, that's the thing you made me. Yeah. Dude, spicy. Some delicious flavors.
Thank you, Dave. I just
Eric, you know what you do? After you're done, you actually put some lemon and pour it over the cutlet. It's delicious.
I know that. I know. Why did you
make me some, dude? It was pretty good.
I eat grechka, bro.
Mm.
Grechka is my secret. It's a steroid. It's an all-natural steroid.
It's your secret.
Yeah, that's good stuff too.
I just know no you Americans won't be able
Crazy.
to find it. It's pretty hard to find.
Yeah, we have a lot of places we can get some food down here. A lot of Russian food stores.
Yeah.
Dude, my dog is angry right now.
You don't have a dog.
I do, sort of.
He kind of has a dog. He has an imaginary dog. It's called I Need a Pee Break.
Dude, you know what's funny? So
I see you shaking your
when
leg.
we went down to Virginia, Ray and Josh met me at my house, and my daughter woke up and came to the front door and opened it, and then Ray and Josh go, "Holy shit, he does have a dog!" Because my dog was in the doorway. It was pretty funny. I was like, "I told you I had a dog, man. Jeez."
You sent me a picture one day of that dog, so now I know you have a dog. Unless you got it off of Google Pics.
Fucking damn right. No, Ray and them got to see it live. You know? So that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Downloads.
Anyway.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, this is me skinny when I met my wife. Hold on.
You're gonna see a picture of Skinny Ryan.
Oh no, that one had an error. What's going on here?
It doesn't exist.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. That's me when I met my wife. Kind of hard.
How good's your wife's cooking?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Doesn't he look a little bit like Ryan Reynolds?
No.
See?
That's like thin Ryan.
Well, not in that picture.
Now you're stuck with this.
That is the frattiest of frat boy pics right there.
Yeah. Maybe someday I'll slim down, get into the proper weight class.
Oh yeah, most people,
where
most
I can
people do end up
something.
slimming down, when they're laying in their casket.
Well, bro, if I arm wrestle at this weight, I'm arm wrestling guys like you.
I know you're doing.
So it's like,
service.
Like, what? There's no point in me jumping into a super heavy class, dude, and getting my ass kicked. But if I drop down 200 pounds, maybe I do a little better with people in the weight that I'm supposed to be for my height and size.
You have a good hand, though. Really good hand.
It's coming along, dude, because I can't do anything with my arm and my shoulder. Like, I'm just doing wrist curls and working my thumb pad, trying to get my thumb pad bigger and, shit like that. Stuff I can do while I'm idle and can't use my arm. I'm just doing some fucking...
That's what I do when I drive. Little stress ball, little resistance.
You know what I do? I actually chop at my hand a lot. I actually hit my hand, and it just gets harder and harder.
I beat Ozempic. Grondin, does your wife want a refund now? Bro catfished his own wife. Those are the pictures I sent her, and then I showed up like this. But,
Oh, boy.
No, I was always thin. I always played sports. I was always like big into soccer, tennis, baseball, football, basketball, whatever.
Pillow fights.
Pillow fights.
Pillow fights.
Pillow bandit. Dude, my daughter will hit me with a pillow, and my wife will be like, "You don't want to do that. Dad's the pillow bandit." And she's like, "What's a pillow bandit?" You're too young to know. But just know that you're fucking with a deadly weapon. No.
Okay. Hey, you know anything about Mac 4?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Some of it, yeah. I was told not to say anything on the podcast about it.
Oh no, don't say
not yet anyway. But there's a lot of stuff too in the future coming for Mac that is pretty cool, man. I like it.
Yeah. Yeah,
You know, since Winter Blast, I've become pretty good friends with Matthias, and you know, he's part owner of Mac, and you know, I've always been good friends with JJ and Ian. You know, but yeah, talk to those guys, and they want to do some cool stuff together, and
it's
you
gonna
know,
be great.
that'll
It's gonna be so
be
great.
pretty neat.
Also, I'm gonna be pulling back to back. We'll be pulling 12 hours later, because New York State is the next day.
Oh yeah. I don't know, dude. Steve Fernandez is all mad at me now, and oh god.
Oh, is it what about him swearing at his events?
No, well, so I went on. You remember how they had that falling out in Montana?
Yes.
So remember when Steve and Schwartz got back? They kind of went on their podcast and kind of like went at those guys a little bit.
Yeah.
So I was on those guys' podcast, the Canadian dudes, and you know, and it came up. And I said, basically, I was like, you know, I think the whole thing could have been handled differently, because the stuff that happened wasn't so major that you had to go on a podcast and like slam them. I felt like a couple text messages or a phone call and it could have been worked out and not burned that bridge of a relationship. So we were kind of talking about that on the podcast. And then the next day, dude, I got like, fucking, why are you talking shit about me on a podcast and this and that? I'm like, bro, it's not talking shit if it fucking actually happened. You know what I mean? I'm like, no offense, but you did fucking do that. You did talk about them pretty harshly on the podcast. I mean, you know, I wasn't trying to be a dick about it. I just said, you know, I thought that could have been fixed possibly instead of just burning the bridge. You know, because look at me and James, dude. Like, burning a bridge does no good.
Yeah.
And you know, I was like, dude, don't make the same mistake. Like that dude M Spot and all those guys had really good video production. Like, why not keep them in the loop? Like guys like that are not from the arm wrestling and they come into arm wrestling. Like, those are the guys we got to keep in the sport. That guy from M Spot, like, maybe you didn't see eye to eye to him on that one event, but he's sponsoring events all over the country. So, you know, I just made some comments about that, and he got really bent out of shape and kind of was like cursing me up and down to the point where I just started saying random shit to just fucking irritate him. You know, I was just like, dude, I'm driving around. He was like, you're a bitch not answering your phone. I'm like, bro, I'm in the car with my daughter. Do you think I'm going to put it on speaker and start having a shouting match over the fucking phone? So I just kind of was like, I ended the conversation with, why don't you go suck off Dan Schwartz? Oh, I don't think he liked that. He was pretty mad, but yeah, whatever. I was trying to ignore it at first. Like, I sent Shell the conversation. At first, I was just kind of ignoring it. I'm just like writing LOL because he was getting nasty. But then finally, I just was like, fucking fuck, dude. You pushed me too far in this conversation. And I was like, dude, shut the fuck up. And then he started attacking our promotion and was like, your promotion sucks. All your tournaments suck. I'm like, bro, your fucking tournaments for 200 entries takes the same length as Winter Blast. Like, it's like a fucking 8-hour tournament. I'm like, and I've tried talking to you about that before and giving you some advice. And so has Dave Shell and so has James Reed. But he doesn't want to listen. So I was like, well, fuck this guy. If he's going to be a dick in a text message, I was just like, whatever, dude. Here, let me give you some ammo. Like, go fucking suck off Dan Schwartz. And I'm like, now you can show everybody my text message and get everybody fucking pissed off at me. And, you know, but
it's a shame. It's like just small shit.
The thing that annoyed me that he doesn't understand is, like, when Chuck Bardo said 98's a bunch of retards in a live feed, I'm like, dude, one of your guys shared that on 98. So to me, I was like, I'm watching it and I hear Chuck say 98's a bunch of retards. So I deleted the fucking post. And he was like, why are you deleting posts and not letting me post in your groups? And I'm like, dude, listen, until you have your crew under control, which are mostly people that hate me or 98, like, I don't want that shit on my page of people bashing 98 or me on a fucking live feed. And he was like, that's not my fault. And I'm like, well, no, you didn't say it. You're right. But your head ref did in a match on a live feed that got posted in our network that we built to promote. So he didn't really understand that was not cool and was trying to justify it by like, well, it's not me that said it. And it turned into I just was like, well, whatever, dude. When you can start posting in my groups again when your guys stop talking trash on 98.
All right, look,
and that's how we left it. So who knows?
But Ryan, I miscalculated my time a little bit, so I gotta hop off.
Oh yeah, dude, it's like midnight right now.
Yeah, I'm staying in my cousin's place, so time
all right,
to
buddy.
sleep. Don't want to
catch you later, pal.
See you
later, bud.
Later.
Then of course,
so now Fernandez is all mad at me in 98 and fucking.
And of course he has, and then of course he has to drag me into it after he tells him to go suck off Schwartz. And Steve says, "Shut up, you fucking pussy! You're such a loser." He says, "Go." Ryan says, "Go bitch to Shell about me."
Yeah. Well, dude, as soon as I say anything to him that he doesn't like, he has to fucking start messaging people I know. Like, dude, you don't think that shit gets back to me? Come on. But, I tried to keep it civil at first just by writing like LOL and, just brushing it off. But the dude was literally like, you fucking faggot. Fuck you. You talking shit on me, motherfucker. And F-bomb this all. Like, I'm like, dude, I'm only going to let you talk to me like that for so long because if we were face to face, I highly doubt he would talk to me like that without getting, the bitch slap.
We're all friends for the quarter, though.
We're all But anyway,
we're a loving community.
Yeah, dude, this community's crazy love. I get along with 98% of the community. There's 2% of people I don't. But we're always trying to promote everyone, even though he was a little douchey towards me. We still promote him. We still promote fucking James Reed, all the haters. If someone sends me a flyer, even if I don't like them, I'll fucking repost it. But if your guys are all talking shit on me constantly, probably not going to let you post on my fucking group. Just common sense. Anyway, it is what it is. Martin.
Good night, Metal.
What do you have going on, buddy? What are you creating with Chat GPT and AI? Dude, I want to hear all the behind the scenes fucking crazy shit.
It's all day. I'm just creating all day.
That's amazing.
It never ends.
Could you create like a new Dave Shell?
I could.
That can hear better.
Yeah.
See, Dave?
I'm listening.
Are you? If only you could hear that well at tournaments, Dave.
It's just all I do is
the problem at a tournament is it's noisy and there's also some other background.
Yeah.
Here we just have one person talking, so we're fine.
Which is impossible at a tournament, basically.
Yeah.
Plus, a lot of people bother you, and we got to find a way to keep them off your back because people are walking up to be like, "Who's in my class?" And it's like, "Shut the fuck up! You'll find out when we call out the names."
Well, did I send you? Took some pictures. Did I send it? I think I did.
See you, Metal.
About the main thing where they had like those, like the rope, except it's one of those things that pulls out of the upright and whatever. Yeah. And they had that between the crowd. They basically made a corral, but if you were pulling in that class, you'd get in the corral. Otherwise,
so we did that at one of the
rope. They kept you behind the rope, so you'd be right next to the corral were the two folks doing brackets. So if you wanted to talk to the folks doing brackets, there was some guardian there saying, what do you want to know, and not letting you in.
Yeah. Well, we have done that at some Winter Blast where we roped off the area for that and tried to keep the brackets guys up to the front with a rope behind them so they couldn't get to you. But at our smaller tournaments, like it depends on the setup. Like they don't have, some of them don't have those fucking divider things, and
Yeah, and I mean, I don't really mind. It's just that it
it slows down the process, though.
It slows things down a little bit, but
like if you come to a tournament, Dave, it might take you an hour to get everything put into the computer, but not if people are bothering you every 5 fucking minutes. So that slows down the process, and that's a problem that we got to figure out to keep people the fuck away from our brackets, people.
well, and then you should have seen Antietam there, Martin, because oh my God, Ryan was having heart palpitations.
Oh, Dave was late, fucker.
Well, I'm coming down. I was going to be there 3 hours early, and I got in this traffic mess. It just hit just perfectly right that I couldn't divert around it, and I basically sat for 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Dude, I thought Sue was going to kill you.
So he's basically, doing a panic. And I said, look, what I was worried about is I not only had all the bracket stuff, I had the sit-down table. And I was really more worried about the sit-down table because they had to unload that, but they still, they.
I didn't care about that because we posted that would be at the end.
Yeah, which whatever. But I said no. If I get there, we were going to start at 1. I said if I get there by noon, all I need an hour. I need an hour on fine. I wanted to be there by 10. I was scheduled to be there by 10. But I said if I get there by noon, I'm good. I need an hour. I'll be ready to go in an hour. Well, I didn't get there till 12:30, and it was or 12:20. But we were rolling by 1:20. Like I said, I need an hour. But yeah, it was just it just stopped dead. Nothing you can do about it. So anyway, so Ryan was in somewhat of a panic.
I made Scooby-Doo.
Well, oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
That looks pretty realistic, dude.
Happy do. So
yeah.
You see,
I don't know what the fuck happened to my computer earlier. That was crazy.
You see my new toy from last night that I put up? Interactive maps. I put up a map of what state I've pulled in tournaments, what state I've pulled in practices, and what state I've pulled in both.
It's a full map of the United States.
Well, I'm at 24 states. Then somebody said, Tim Lewis, you should put something up. And so I'd already written to Tim, and Sid said he has pulled in 46 states. 2 of them were just practices, 44 tournament or super matches. 2 that were just practices. The only states he has not pulled in are Hawaii, Alaska, Georgia, and Rhode Island. He's been in all others.
He'll be there sooner or later.
Well, I got to Maine. Maine this time only largely. I mean, I wanted to get up there to see some folks, but largely because that was the only state in the Northeast I had never pulled in. So now the only states east of the Mississippi I've not pulled in are Wisconsin, Georgia, Alabama, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Plus, I've had a couple west of the Mississippi.
Yeah.
Cody Bird put up a comment today about who was the whatever the weak pull or whatever, or who was the bum? Yeah, who was the bum you pulled with in Mississippi? I said, well, it was a bum named Cody Bird, and then a good guy named Trevor Clouch that the bum referred me to.
Drew said Tim Lewis should get an award for Puller of the Year, dude. Man, I agree. The fucker does so many super matches and goes to so many tournaments. Like, goddamn.
Yeah, it's hard for him to find a open weekend. And the two differences between him and me is, number 1, I'm driving, he's flying, and number 2, I'm losing, he's winning.
That's the opposite of me. Tim Lewis takes a lot of matches. I take none.
Yeah.
Yeah, he prefers super matches rather than tournaments.
I like super matches. I'm just not ready yet.
Why don't you do like some simple ones? Like, oh, I know I'll probably beat that guy. Fuck it, let's do it.
No, I want to lose. I want someone I can lose to.
Well, then do that. Because, dude, if you take a super match, even though you're not ready, you're learning from that. So that might get you ready faster. Or it might aid in your leveling up. Because you know what I always say? Every loss is free directions to future wins. You know?
And by God, is Ryan building that up future direction?
Yeah, you wait. I'm going to sneak up on people.
After I train you.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, once I get this shoulder fixed, I think I'll be okay. Because there were some guys down in Virginia that I was pulling with, and I was like, these guys are going to kill me. And I was able to like hold on there in the center and kind of give them trouble until either I tried to hit or if they hit and if they hit fast enough to where I couldn't move with it, then it would go right to my shoulder. But if I could keep it off my shoulder, I was okay with some guys that I really thought were going to fucking kill me. Like Devin Larrett. People didn't see the side video of me fucking smashing him. And I'm not going to post the video because I don't want to have the situation that Logan had. So I'm going to keep my super flash pin of Devin to myself.
That's a very humble.
I'm just kidding. Dude, all the times I've been around Devin and I've never pulled him because I'm like, dude, I got nothing for Devin. I would rather let these young kids that idolize him, like get on the table with him and get a chance than me to hold up some time away from those guys. So I talked to Devin for a while off to the side about some stuff that we had to talk about. And then, I just let other people jump on the table.
I'm the same way.
I'm not going to do anything to him. So
no, I'm the same way. I mean, I've ended up like that practice we were at Morocco's where I ended up pulling Ron Bath because we were kind of, kidding about it. And then at Knuckles Up when I ended up with, what's his name? Sonov, whatever his first name is, the Bulgarian.
Yeah.
And that was basically because I was pulling Metal's sidekick and holding him with my, my sticky spot. And his, Sonov's coach is there laughing about it. So I bring him over. So Sonov came over and, pulled me briefly. But and of course, then Nick Stone was taking a video of it, which I didn't know. So there's a video out there with me pulling Sonov. But other than that,
here's my thing. Let's for example, Devin, and let's say Paul Passmore. Devin can probably beat Paul Passmore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I pull both of them, I can't tell who's stronger because they're both so much stronger than I am that it doesn't fucking matter.
Well, it's like the same thing with me, even more so. Yeah. People say, who's better, him or him? I don't know.
How the fuck should I know, dude? I mean, I know just from people they've pulled and reputation and watching arm wrestling. But if I personally closed my eyes and gripped up with Devin or Paul, I probably couldn't tell the difference other than their pulling style, but strength-wise, I'd be like, I can't budge either of them. Like, I don't know who it was.
I test myself by how much effort I need to use.
Yeah.
So I usually try not to use any effort at all or the least amount of effort. So if I use less than that.
Yeah. But if you pulled someone that was, or two people that were leagues ahead of you in strength, you probably, if someone was like, who was stronger? I mean, how can you really judge?
Yeah.
If they both can slam you down the same, like how the fuck, you can't tell who the fuck was stronger because, there's levels to this. Guys that are 2-3 levels higher than you, there's no difference really between how they're slamming you down.
What you need to do is always get your wrist and hand so strong that you end up beating them by that way.
Yeah. I mean, that's the goal, right?
Yeah, because everything else can be strong, but if your wrist and fingers and hand isn't strong, then you'll keep losing. So you just get.
Dude, that's why I've been working my pronation, my wrist, because like if I'm arm wrestling someone that I know like hooks, I'll just pronate on the go and not let them get into a hook. You know, if you know what they're strong at, if you have really good hand control, you can keep them from where they're trying to go.
Well, that'll take
I
away
can't do
all
that
of their.
with people stronger than me, but guys lower level than me, I can do that and try to keep them off of what they're trying to do. You know,
They won't be able to access their power if they don't have their hand in the right place.
oh yeah, dude. Like when you know I'm at work or something, and some non-arm wrestlers like, "Oh, you arm wrestle? Let's go." You know, most non-arm wrestlers are trying to hook or trying to, you know. I just fucking pronate a little on the ready go and just sit there, and they don't know what to do around that, you know.
Because they never did
Like,
it themselves.
Yeah, they're used to
Well,
probably
but-
just wrist curling.
It's just straight. They always
I
just
mean,
go.
I don't even think that. Yeah, they're
I
arming
do
it.
a little
They're
back pressure and pronating.
arming it and all side pressure.
Yeah.
No back pressure at all.
It
All
starts
side
off there.
pressure and really no wrist
Yeah.
work at all.
If you do a
Well,
little back pressure and some rise, dude, and a little pronation, most guys that have never arm wrestled don't know what to do. They're like, "Oh fuck, why
It's
is
always straight on.
pulling towards them?"
This. It always, yeah.
Yeah. So
Side pressure only.
as soon as you derail them and come this way, they're like, "What do I do, man?" I mean, the only
Yeah,
people that I
but-
got a chance of beating are non-arm wrestlers anyway. So
They also don't have really strong developed elbows.
yeah,
That's super important.
yeah.
Well, and then the thing that worries me, you get
Some of them do have strong biceps. So you get into a hook with a guy that's like a gym bro that's strong. Like they might beat you if you fucking are trying to match them in that way. But if you're smart and you get them out of their fucking comfort zone, they're fucked.
well, and you get these new people that want to try things out. And what I always say, okay, if you were in some bar, show me what you would do. And it's always boom, always side pressure and arming it. And then you get I had some woman at Maine in the after poll, and so I was showing her, she wanted to know technique, whatever. And then she said, okay, now basically give it your full power. She wanted to see if she could move me. And I was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to end up breaking somebody's arm.
Yeah.
Like she's, trying this or whatever. Absolutely not. But
And now since your knees are stronger and you're actually going down further, your pressure is a lot stronger than it's ever been. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the way
Whether
John
you're
Brown
actually
puts it,
bending the knees down.
John Brown said basically what I was doing for the last 6 years is I was doing sit down while standing up.
Yeah.
Which to a degree. Yeah, I just,
There's a difference.
Christopher, I was before you got on, I was saying I got a cortisone shot by my hip. I'm not walking as well because the hip needs replaced, but even with that, like I went to Ivan Marrero, their practice last Monday, and I didn't, it started at I got there a little after 7, and I didn't sit down at all till like 9:30. So I can stand around with this. That's the big difference. I just can't. Walking where I'm putting all the weight on one leg, I'm a mess. But, I can go to a practice and, basically stand at the table for hours now, which is better than I used to be.
Yeah.
But so I'm hoping with this shot that'll make my walking a little bit, because I just don't feel like hobbling into the gym. I haven't been into the gym in months. So if I can get into that, it's the same reason I haven't been over to High Five, because I just don't feel like walking any great distance. And by a distance, I'm even just talking a block. But
Well, Dave, we're actually moving. Maria and I are moving, and the new place where we're moving to has a gym that is like 9 of our small gyms. So it's
And he's moving a block away from me in PA.
I would love to move close to that because I'm working mostly from home now, so I could. But
Yeah. Oh yeah, you could. No, Maria couldn't.
well, when
Yes,
just remember when you hop the river, number one, your property taxes will drop like a rock, and number two, we have a flat 3.07% state income tax.
Martin,
Hmm?
move again.
Save a
I
bundle.
know. Well, we're stuck for a year and a half,
Yeah.
so 18 months.
Tell Maria she just will have to work full time for 98.
After
She
Ryan
was,
goes
looking,
back to work.
she
'cause
was
he's
thinking
working-
about a second job, so maybe that'll be her second job.
Yeah, after
Or
Ryan
maybe a
goes back to work, since he's been working full time for 98 for the past 13 months.
Yeah. That's all going to come to a crashing halt at some point.
Yeah, you'll have to
Man.
get back at it.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait, dude.
Yeah, some of these weeks there's like 2 or 3 things going on, and gee, I wish I could go there, but I already committed to that, or or I have to decide between A or B, and it's like shit. I wish I could go to both of them.
There's a lot going on, man. It's crazy.
At the moment, I have between now and Labor Day weekend, I have 3 Saturdays where I do not know what I'm doing. Other than that, there's something every weekend except 3.
Damn.
I've been itching to go to some sort of event. I haven't been to any event for a long time. Since Winter Blast.
Oh, wow.
Well, and I'll be honest with you, though, most of them for the next couple months, most of them are either a massive practice or a tournament that I'm helping run. I only have one competition between now and the end of August at the moment. One where I am competing. I have numerous competitions I'm running, helping run, but except for the next tournament I'm actually going to be competing as, probably going to be Christina's
Nice.
in August.
I don't know.
You tell her we said hello when you get down there.
That's only because they moved the Tomato Festival people moved it to the 4th Thursday because they're usually the same day as hers. But since they're the 23rd now, I'll go see her in Parkersburg, in Morgantown on the 16th. And then the 23rd is Arms of Steel. And the week after that's the New York State Fair, which I will not go to because it's a fucking zoo.
I don't even have time to go to anything because I'm working on all this fucking 98 shit 24/7.
Yeah, I mean, you got 20,000 cars heading to, the fairgrounds in Syracuse on the last Sunday of the fair. It's
Yeah.
like, and you end up parking in the back 40. I don't think so.
Maybe I'll get Maria.
And then last year the tournament luckily was over by like 7 or 7:30 because at 8:30 they cleared the fairgrounds because there was report of a active shooter, which turned out to be false. But yeah,
Are you both coming down Sunday?
Yeah, it's usually me and Maria.
Nice. I'm gonna arm wrestle her.
Well, they have
She's actually pretty strong.
I know. She should arm wrestle, dude.
I try to get her to do so, but I'm always pulling her arm when she's laying down. So she's getting training without knowing she's getting training.
Well, they have mass quantities of weightlifting equipment there. My God, he's better equipped than most powerlifting gyms.
It's a good practice, definitely. I'm going to start going to more practices. Dave, I want your life when it comes to practices. Just go all over the place. That's my retirement, which is in a couple of years. I plan on retiring at 52.
Nice. By that retirement age, I hadn't even started pulling yet.
I'll just have Maria work. She'll take care of me. I'll just pull everywhere.
Yeah, I've been to most of them certainly majority of practices between Columbus, Ohio and Hartford, Connecticut and South Virginia. I've been to most of them.
I would like to start a practice of my own at some point. It would just be nice to have like a day where I could just show people my unusual style.
Yeah.
Well, Barrero's moved to Monday. They used to be Wednesday, so they moved to Monday. So there's basically somebody within about 2 hours of me now every day except Friday. The nearest Friday one is, well, actually, I take that back. They're about 2.5. Let's say if I was talking 3 hours, there is somebody within 3 hours drive of me every day of the week, sometimes several. because it's a couple on Sundays. Marrero's Monday, Philly's Tuesday, we're Wednesday, Beast Mode's Thursday, Enemy Line is Friday, and Harrisburg is Saturday. Actually, Dungeon's Saturday as well. They're about 3 hours. And sometimes, and then there's at least 4 of them on Sundays.
I would only be able to do one on a Tuesday. If I ever started one.
Well, at the moment, the only thing on Tuesday is Philadelphia. 6 o'clock. And see, that's the thing. Marrero, it's like 110 miles, but I could be to theirs in like 2 hours and 5 minutes. Philly is 50 miles, but it takes me an hour 45 to get there. It only takes me an hour 20 to get home. But, just traffic sucks so fucking bad.
Well, that's where all your time is wasted. Traffic.
Well, and then even like high five for me is, hour and a half, hour 45.
It's not bad.
So it's really not that much more to go to, Newburgh. I'm staying out of the disgusting traffic. Well, what holds up Newburgh is the quickest way is up 209 through the Delaware Water Gap National Recreation Area. And it's like a 20-mile stretch at 45 miles an hour or less. And you cannot pass for 20 miles. So if you get somebody who insists on it going the damn speed limit, he backs up everybody behind him.
Yeah. Well, you got to just pass anyway. Risk your life.
Yeah, that's kind of a pain in the rear there. But other than that, oh, yeah. Well, like I say, oh, God, it was when I went to Maine, it was supposed to be 6.5 hours. Well, then I turned out that Michael Connors asked me to pick him up in Rhode Island if I'd take him there. And so it probably would have made it 8.5 hours, maybe 9, except traffic sucked so bad that I left Allentown at 11:20 in the morning, and we pulled into the motel at 11:35 at night, which is a record for me. 12 hours on the damn road. Whatever.
I'll have to take a trip with you again, Dave, one day.
Well, and a couple of people have said they'd like to go along. The problem is, a lot of times I'm not going in the direction I can pick somebody up. Yeah. Like Adam Sekeli wants to go with me, but he's up above Scranton. Well, unless I'm heading to Outlaws or something like up there, I'm going nowhere near him. Josh Tassadori is the same thing, but I'm really not going anywhere in his direction. Now, in your case, that worked out nicely when going to New England, because, I can come over 78 if we're going to New England. That works.
What do you guys think for a female to pull Stephanie Spencer when she comes to New Jersey?
Who to pull her?
Yeah,
what's that?
You're saying who to pull her?
Yeah, who could she pull?
She said she weighed she's somewhere between 175 and 180 pounds.
I think it's a lefty match, possibly.
I don't know.
Suggested Sabrina, and she said, "No, that wouldn't be a good match." Sabrina, she had nothing for Sabrina at Winter Blast.
Yeah, Sabrina's a beast.
And then, so that, and beyond that, I don't know.
I have a strong coworker. She's really, really strong, but
would she do it?
Well, she has to work all the time, so she can't get into arm wrestling because she works Saturday and Sunday.
Did she take a day off?
I would like for her to. She works the second shift, so it's like
and go into a strip club in South Amboy, New Jersey.
Yeah.
All those Pedro says, but we're not in that room. We're not in the same room as the strippers.
Are you going to that, Martin, or no?
I might go.
I'm thinking about it just to support Pedro and them because I like Pedro.
I went to a couple of weeks ago. I went to one of their little events, like a practice.
It was a shame the turnout they had for that benefit they did for Dustin. It basically sucked. The tournament, I mean, the turnout sucked. I think it had like 22 people. And 67 entries or something. Sucked royally.
Well, it's the first one, I guess. So maybe the next one will be bigger.
Yeah, it was a shame. All of, I mean, how I said 20. It was like, I think it was 21 people. I said, I said between Beast Mode and High Five alone, they have more people at their practices. Let alone, anybody else.
It's true.
Then you get these people that this Kazakh showed up in Maine that nobody had ever heard of and was crushing everybody. It's like, who is this dude? Did some really, as a video up with a really good match with him beating Sam Mitchell, who did a very nice job, but very long, very great match.
Sam's very strong too, so anyone that gives him a good match.
Oh yeah, they were back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, very lengthy. The guy finally got his shoulder behind it, and went into a press and got him after they had been pulling for a while. It was an excellent match. But they ran 4 tables, 2 up on the platform, 2 on the ground level. And I said in my crippled state, because I was really bad last week, I hadn't had the shot yet. Said if you could, I'd appreciate if you could put my classes on either table 1 or table 4, which were the ones on the ground level, which they did. Otherwise, I will need help to get up on the damn platform, which for me, a lot of times, the hardest part for me is getting up onto the platform. But anyway, how many people we have watching this thing at 12:22?
Not enough to continue.
18. Yes, I've ordered I've ordered 2 tubs of pretzel rivets from the Philly Pretzel Factory, which I'll pick up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to haul down to the Xander Nason High School Competition Practice Bowl with the enemy line group.
Hey, did that guy send you the shirt picture?
No, I did not get it today.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna ask.
I took a picture of mine.
If he sends it to me, I will. We just sold the shirt. Somebody said that they didn't even wash it yet, and the letters were pulling off. So I said, send me a picture.
Yeah, I mean, you think maybe they just washed it in like hot water or fucking in a way you're not supposed to.
I mean, I've been throwing my shirts in the the regular cycle in the washing machine for months, whatever.
Yeah, I've never had a letter issue whatsoever.
None.
Although, I did take a picture of my one shirt because one of the letters was slightly crooked. My Knuckles Up shirt, I got it on now. It says name on the back.
Yeah.
I have one of the name shirts, I believe.
Well, I wrote them a note saying this is why it says name, so they didn't wonder.
I love my name shirt.
It's a one of a kind. Because it has your name on it.
Yeah.
It's your shirt with your name on it.
Yeah, it's a special shirt. Oh, so did you get my prompt, Ryan?
Fuck, dude. So I'm reading it going, wow, this is long. And I get to the bottom and I'm like, it's not that bad. And then it says, press for more. And I'm like, fuck, it's even longer. I was like, oh my God, dude, it's so long.
I
thought it was done and it said press for more. And I'm like, oh my God. keeps going.
Try that prompt out. You'll see what kind of images it comes up with.
Let me see.
But first, at the beginning of the prompt, you have to write what you want it to create.
Yeah.
Of course.
Hold on. Click for more.
You see what you create.
God damn.
You saw that Larry one I created.
Yeah. Now, did you put a picture of Devin in it, or
No, I just wrote
find it?
Devin Larrett and knew who Devin was.
Nice.
Yeah. It knew. It did pretty close.
Oh, it's starting to create. We'll see what happens. Anyway,
The detail now is, I really got it good on the detail.
yeah.
Trying to see what's like the best. There's a character from, I don't know if you know One Piece. This guy's Whitebeard.
One Piece, like the movie?
One Piece, the show, but like there's like a live action version of the character.
Oh, nice.
It looks real.
Have you watched One Piece, the movie?
No, I watched the show, but not the movie so much.
The movie's badass.
Yeah.
It's just, it's showing just like a really live looking picture of Devin.
Oh, you actually wrote Devin as well?
Yeah.
How did it come out? Like better than mine or the same?
Hold on, I'll show you.
I made an enraged Wolverine. Like he's just angry.
Oh, yeah. Let me see if it'll let me upload one.
But I'll do this all day. I'll make like 2,000 pictures in like a couple days.
That's excessive.
It's obsessive.
Oh, here's my Devin picture that I created.
Oh, that actually looks better.
Weird. I mean, that's pretty accurate.
It's close. Yeah, it's very close. But that's what I do. I just keep on finding new prompts. And
I wonder if I tell it. Let me see. Let me see.
the worst is when I create food with it and then I get really hungry.
Yeah.
Looks too good. Trying to see what else. I made Chucky from, not Chucky, I think Chuck E. Cheese.
That's funny.
The best one is the one that I showed you with the characters from, like, taking a selfie. There's like a couple characters from Marvel taking a selfie.
Yeah.
That's Doctor Doom, Captain America, and Reed Richards' son.
That's so funny. Now, if you add your picture to ChatGPT, it probably would do it, right?
Yeah. But the best thing to do is add a couple of your pictures. That way it actually makes your face accurately. So you can't just do one picture because it won't do it that well.
Yeah.
I put in a couple pictures. I did one of my bosses. I made him the Pope. I'm like, you have a nice new job.
Well, I think everyone has pretty much stopped watching.
Yeah, I was thinking we were at 18, and we have the last comment we had was 29 minutes ago. So I think it might be time to say sayonara.
Yeah.
It's time to say sayonara.
Yeah, GPT is making me.
Yeah.
Distracting.
It doesn't look like me at all.
How many
Weird.
pictures did you put of yourself?
Just one.
Oh, well, that's why.
Yeah.
You remember the one I sent you that looked kind of like you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I took like 3 or 4 pictures of you and adjusted it.
Dude, I have a list of so many flyers I got to do for people and shit.
You're gonna be
Never
busy.
ends. It never ends. I just want it to end.
In time.
Or
This is
not.
an exciting time for you.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I guess I'll end this.
I actually came on the show for a change, so that's
Yeah, dude, I'm glad you did, man.
I didn't have much to say, but
That's dude.
hang
Still
out.
cool to hang out, yeah. I didn't think you were going to. I thought you'd be tired after your friend left.
Well, I'm actually awake.
Yeah, why don't you just end the live stream, and then we can tell them all the dirt that we can't put on a live stream.
Ooh, yeah.
I'm excited for that.
Good call, Dave. Good call. Well, we're going to end the live stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you, Christina, for coming on. Christine Casto for coming on, dude. Awesome. And end stream. Bye again.